Good morning.
Well, yeah, fuck it.
Hello.
Fuck it. Good morning.
Good morning. Functional morning. Good functional
Yeah,
morning.
you woke up like what, 40 minutes ago, I guess?
No.
No?
I woke up at 8 a.m.
Well, that's not functional morning for you then at all. It's functional afternoon.
I woke up.
You woke up.
I woke up
Yeah.
at 8 a.m.
Get that chocobo in.
Got that running.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How's
Every day.
that?
Every day.
How's that though?
It's every day, bro.
Yeah, but how is it?
Oh, it sucks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's garbage. But I did it every day.
Good for you. I thought you only had to sprint for like 7 minutes.
Well, so do you want to check that article out? Do you want to see it? We can revisit it. I posted it. I let people know.
It's actually way more fun this way.
Okay, because the conjecture that exaggerates off of the lies from your and Matt's mouths comes out to hit me
No.
with tons of like, wow, what an idiot. And I'm like, well, if you just that wasn't what I said.
Yeah, but it's more fun this way.
Yeah, but people take it seriously.
See,
and then they act like assholes.
See
for something that's actually that's like an article that's a real thing. But it's not 7 seconds, and then it's...
See, here's the thing, man. You gotta, like, all you gotta do is make your regular statements so stupid that no one has to exaggerate them.
This is also,
like,
almost forgotten lore at this point, because it's going way, way back.
Yeah, you're right.
It's going pretty far back.
You're right.
But...
You feeling good?
I'm feeling good. Where was it? I recently posted it to somewhere on the subreddit, where that whole sprinting thing came up again, and I was just like, can I just show you the thing I was talking about? And it was just the article describing that it's just like they took a couple of control groups, and it was just like short work for an extent.
Listen, man, fact checking is not.
You know what? It's less funny if I try to debunk
it's way less funny.
So then I'll leave it alone. All right. Yeah, running every morning. And yeah, some people are super confused, but whatever. And
fuck 'em.
Then
go back 6 years and follow the lore.
And on top of that, boxing too. Back in. So it sucks, but you just have to mentally do it.
This might be a silly question to ask, considering I know that you're mainly going to the boxing gym for training purposes. But in the entire time that you've been doing the boxing thing, has anyone punched you in the face?
In like sparring sense.
Okay,
yeah.
but you've been punched in the face.
I've gotten hit, not full force.
Good.
Not 100%.
Good. That builds character.
Yeah, I've gotten tapped. And
it's not the end of the world. You'll live.
It's one of those like when you even just doing drills, it's like there's different coaches, and like one of the coaches wants like power and precision, and the other coach wants safety and speed.
Yeah.
So the power and precision guy is like looking for those sounds and those hits, and he wants that, and he's checking your posture. And then like the speed and safety guy is like, get in, tap the glove, and make sure your hands are back out. So that thing where you stop to see if it was good, don't do that. Get your hands the fuck out. And he'll reinforce that by taking a swing at you immediately after you do your drill. So you go like pap, 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 and then he'll come swinging at you full force, and then you better be out, type of thing. So
it's like Dark Souls.
Well, no,
I get it.
It's like boxing.
I get it.
It's like training in boxing. So that's happening. What else is happening is for anybody who's interested in wearing clothing.
I also wear clothing.
There
like
is
most humans.
A shirt that can be purchased that is new, in addition to a re-upping of the old shirts. So there's merch over on Rooster Teeth.
You can just search for it by Castle Super Beast. Type in the words Castle Super Beast.
And I believe since technically today is Cyber Monday, you can get those shirts today.
For cheapers.
Yeah.
I think they're 20% off. That's
20, 25?
Something like that.
25?
They're a couple bucks off.
Yeah, there's a discount. So if you are interested in that, as well as the possibility of like free shipping, I think over $50.
Want to fucking cover your disgusting unwashed body so you can go out and buy more Monster?
You can go get the shirt.
You
and
can
it's
get it.
There's the shout outs to Juice who did it, and it's like a really cool like almost Gurren Lagann-ish sketch
But it's also
style.
like we're robots.
Robot Lagan.
Really, I was thinking like Metal Gear Rising.
It's Metal Gear as well. It's a little bit of Yoji. It's a little bit of everything. But you know what? More than anything, it's cool. So if you're interested in that, you can go check that out at I linked to it on my Twitter.
I also did that.
So you can actually, if you're just listening to this and you can't see anything, that's cool.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to. But you can go to my Twitter and just scroll down, and then you'll see like the cool shirt. It'll say Castle Super Beast sketch T-shirt.
What Twitter is that?
That's on Woolie Wolves.
Oh my god. At Angriest Pet, you could also find that.
Yeah.
Under a mountain of stupid shit, though.
Yeah.
I tweet a lot, and it's all bad.
I think it's stickied on the subreddit as well under the post shirt.
That makes sense.
So that would be the easiest way to find it, as opposed to, you know,
I was cracking up real bad.
as opposed to navigating through the front page.
I was cracking up real bad.
Why would you be able to find it that way?
When I posted my shirt tweet, which was, "Hey idiots, go buy this shirt, give me money," and it was this huge all caps thing that almost hit the tweet like the character limit. And then I was like, I wonder if Woolie also posted, and it was just all lowercase the word shirt and a link. And I'm like, well, there's a difference in personality exemplified for all the world to see.
There it is. If you would like it, you may spend your hard-earned credits of value in this society for the capitalist purposes.
Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Yes.
This would count as a good.
This is in fact a good. It'll keep you warm. It'll make you feel like cool about stuff you like, and maybe you might make a friend.
It's possible that you're out with the shirt and somebody goes, "Wow, that's a cool shirt. Give it to me." And then they point a gun at you, and then you've made a new friend.
I mean, has anyone ever robbed anyone for a piece of merch related to anything we've made?
I hope so.
Cool. So yeah, I know you did stuff. So
I did do stuff.
You can talk about
That might be the most excited I've ever heard you ask me about my week, Woolie.
Let's not.
That might be the wow.
Let's not tell lies. What? This is the part where you can talk about your stuff.
All right. Wow. Well, I beat Death Stranding. Where are you at exactly?
I'm one session past where I was the last time you asked.
So I actually clicked the link and you were in that forest.
Yep.
That forest is a fuck, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. And then on the way back out, yay.
Yeah. Were there bridges?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the sickest?
Mm-hmm.
That's the game.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
experience is the game.
Mm-hmm. And I as people were able to definitely, I guess, assess, still not 100% familiar with like, all the nuts and bolts.
There are many
of things. So I know when you're gripping, you've got your stamina or energy or whatever
your monster energy.
You've got the meter that goes down,
Yeah.
but then there's also the meters on the bottom left.
Bottom left is
There's
your
boots
baby and your feet.
and your boots, okay. And then there's the other blue. There's the light blue, and then there's the other blue meter that overlaps on top of your stamina.
Yeah, that's max stamina and current stamina.
Right. So like, there was stuff that like Reggie was pointing out, and I was like, right, okay. But I'm ultimately just like, hey, like if that goes,
Don't fall down.
Don't let it get low.
Yeah, don't let it get low.
So then and then you drink energy drink to make it go
You
back
can drink
up.
Monster brand energy
Yeah,
drink.
and that's basically all. I'm like, whatever it is or was, I'm just don't let it empty, and then that's it. The standing still really helped.
Yeah, standing still in water actually is shockingly helpful.
Didn't have as much trouble by seeing them this time around, and like before I was just relying on the clip,
which is like nice but useless.
Because
it's actually just point your camera in that direction and then stop moving so you can actually see the fucking thing.
Yeah, and whatever, I don't know. So I guess I'm just like, maybe I just need off-camera time of like doing like non-important missions to get used to things or whatever, but everyone says my playthrough is an abortion to watch.
Sick.
So I don't know.
That's the best.
I'm trying. I got nothing.
Well, go ahead.
I'm not picking it up as fast as other people pick it up.
Go ahead and find the secret prepper that you've passed by. There's a secret prepper.
Is it the Ludens fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him on the map.
Oh, you saw him? Okay.
I saw him on the map, and I also saw him in the preview video.
Yeah. Okay. So I didn't.
I know what that is.
Okay. So I actually didn't find him until late. So at the current point that I'm at in Death Stranding, I beat it. Credits rolled, and because it's Kojima, credits rolled, and then credits rolled. The game's really nice. It dumps you into a nice little post game where it's like story's over, but it rewinds time a little bit so that you can just keep doing what you're doing. I at least 4-starred everybody, like every single fucking thing on the map, which means I earned every single piece of gear that there is in the game, aside from a few. There's charms you
on camera.
No, not all of them on camera.
Okay.
Some of the because some of that is lots and lots of trips. I built every road. I ziplined the whole world. It's that moment in a game where you're like, a completionist wouldn't say that you did 100%, but you feel like you did everything of value. I'm there. So I have some thoughts. One, the actual filling out the map and meeting people and getting new gear from them that stuff as trivial as getting a slightly better pair of boots is really engaging and a lot of fun. The BT gameplay actually has a nice escalation in difficulty, which was really cool. A lot of the characters are fucking awesome. I think Heartman in particular is super fucking rad, and the cutscenes involving Heartman are the coolest thing in the game.
He's very cool to look at, and his attitude does not at all like match his looks, and
it's very upbeat.
Yeah, but what's interesting is I started going through those interviews.
You should read every single one of those.
And they're so important.
And see,
they're so important, and like for someone who hasn't like walked into the game yet, like he has all the Koji questions.
Oh yeah.
Right? So like every one of his interview questions has been basically, this is the shower thought.
What's the deal with
Hideo had that day, and he put it into a Heartman email. Whereas everyone else is really grounded.
You'll get Heartman emails, you'll get Mama emails, you'll get Deadman emails, you will get emails and interviews from a wide fucking variety of sources. There are like 100-ish, and you unlock them all the way up until the end of the game. One of the ones I unlocked near the end of the game, which I couldn't believe was one that you unlock near the end of the game, is what's the deal with planes? Why can't we just fly shit? And it's because the clouds, the Titanfall clouds, they're all fucked. You can't fly anything.
Heartman says that in an early email, actually. He's like, air transportation is
so
over.
They go into more detail about like, oh yeah, the chiralium just really fucks up the guidance or whatever.
The nature of our beaches.
So Hands Across America, backpacking addiction,
100%
is
us.
Very. Like, if you're into it, man, it's really good. Like, it's really good. It's really satisfying. They keep adding new facets to the Ruckin over and over, all the way up until the end, including a few upgrades that you get so late that you're like, there's nothing to use these on. This is too late.
You know what's interesting? The fact that how like there's so much like what is the game? What is this game, right?
Yeah.
Something I didn't not realize, but something I thought about was like, was some of that confusion due to the fact that like being a postman, being a UPS delivery man is a passive, omnipresent aspect of every other video game?
Maybe.
right? You are
Fetch
always
quests are-
a fetch questing.
Absolutely.
You are always walking around delivering an object to a person who needs it in another village in every video game.
It's just the thing you pick up on the way out of town.
So the concept of actually paying attention to that part of things is like, wait, but that's the background.
Yeah, who cares about
right?
that?
It's like China going to see Black Panther.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't understand. What am I supposed to
It's
see
this
here?
great feeling where, you know, near the fucking end of the game, I'm doing a delivery over a mountain.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
And I'm transporting really fragile shit.
Yeah.
So if I take one bad step, I die. And I totally did. So I'm like, fuck, okay, well, I'm going to have to go down to the valley, which, of course, is filled with ghosts. And thus, the trip was eventful and difficult.
But if like the game didn't have all these conversations and prompts where people were talking about how delivering things is so important, then if you just watched a trailer for someone delivering and carrying things, which is what we saw
Yeah.
prior to the actual plot, then you'd be like, but that's the secondary background thing you always do in video games.
Yeah, when do you shoot the gun?
What's the game, you know? So it is interesting to just take a step back and go like, oh, he like made it about that thing that we do all the time but don't think about.
He hoodwinked us so that people would be into this thing that would have been a hard sell otherwise. I really like what I ended up getting in terms of like gameplay moment to moment. Like I spent maybe 85 hours with it. Like I got the time in and I loved it, and I'm glad I built all those roads. But like if I had just been told, like, say it didn't have Kojima's name on it, it was a package delivery game, I would have been like, okay, into the bin next to Firewatch and Dear Esther and whatever. So
well, but the horror elements, I mean,
yeah, what are cool.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to say that the horror combat, yes, I know, and stealth stuff does ramp up more and more. Like there is more variety, but it's a proper curve. It's not like spikes. It's like it's a smooth curve all the way up.
Oh yeah, I mean that glimpse of a boss was terrifying.
And I want to give a huge shout out to one. I think his name is James Earl Jenkins. Guy who plays Die Hard Man. They should take some of these cutscenes and tell the Oscar people they're from a movie, so that he can win an Oscar, because that motherfucker kills it.
Okay.
I have not seen a good like acting man act like Die Hard Man in like a couple years, including the films that I've watched. He fucking kills it. Mads is way underused. Like, I want you to be in my game. Cool. What do you want me to be? I don't know. Feeling. Like, just like every scene he's in is fucking sick. But
Tommy Earl Jenkins.
Tommy Earl Jenkins.
Please
I don't know why.
Correct him.
Okay, thank you, people. Tommy Earl Jenkins is a Die Hard Man actor. He do a good job. Yeah, Mads is way underused. It's a bummer. The actors who played everybody else did really good jobs. It's just Die Hard Man stands out. The story does not really require a spoiler cast. It's, I would say, way more straightforward than I was expecting. And like, I'd put it like in between like Metal Gear 2 and 3 in terms of like, what? You know?
Okay, so no massive digestion period required.
No, like you get it.
Okay.
And it has real answers for you.
Cool.
There's only one problem. And that problem is the, I'm going to call the Kojima tell-all scene, where a character stands in front of you and tells you what the deal is. So the Patriots did it, the boss did it, Ocelot did it, Liquid did it, etc. It's the fucking worst part of the game. It is it is so bad because it's the first time that Kojima, like, you know, we've been talking about throwing themes in your face.
Mm-hmm.
This is injecting the themes into your blood.
Skull face in the back of the truck.
Yeah. And it has parts of it where the character's talking and you're actually going, no, that's wrong, though. Like, that's not correct. Like, not in terms of morals. I'm like, shit
Factually
doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
You read a bunch of shit and you thought it was cool and you put it in your game, but that is literally nonsense and doesn't make any sense. And I disagree. It's been a long time. I disagree with the story at that point.
Okay, you disagree with Kojima's hypothesis.
Like the hypothesis and then the theme and then the answer.
Yeah.
And I go, no, that's wrong.
Okay.
And I'm not the only person. I spoke to a bunch of people and everybody was in agreement. Game's great. Ending sequence great. That one part, though, that 145-minute part is so bad that if I stopped playing during it, I would have never gone back to pick it up.
Interesting. Well, I'll judge it myself.
And this is particularly important for you, Wolves, because you'll be recording this. The end sequence is like 7 hours long.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, of course.
It's like Arsenal gear times 3.
Yeah, I expect... Honestly, like, anything I'm playing nowadays, I'm... That the every time a game starts to make you feel like you're preparing for the end, it's all lies now. So I completely refuse to buy into it ever at this point in time because it has not been honest in years.
So the problem with this,
I literally just like I hit one in Indivisible that says like,
really?
Yeah, there's a point in Indivisible where it says like, hey, you're not going to be able. This is the point of it. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
So in Death Stranding, when you get the feeling that this is like, I think somebody says this is the last delivery you'll be making for a while, Sam, right? It is. It's just that from that point onward,
there's other stuff.
You are locked into what is essentially Act 5 of MGS4.
Yeah.
Where it's just like it's just like
it's hard to tell a player, to indicate to a player that you are closing out a section of the game
without having somebody come tell you like the remainder of the deliveries will not be available for the
right. And like, but the problem is, and then your brain goes, oh, this must be like
the biggest deal,
20 minutes away from credits, and you're like, no. It just means what you've been doing now is going to be,
you'll be very serious, different.
Yeah. So yeah, there's tricky ways of handling that, and like I'm no longer buying into the like sitting down and expecting a credit sequence within a reasonable time frame, because Persona fucked me up.
Yeah.
On expectations.
In terms of gameplay, there is one thing that I forgot to say, which is that in this delivery game, I really didn't know how they were going to handle a finale, and the gameplay finale, the final boss, if it were, is actually really fucking fantastic. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I saw you had a tweet that was basically just like, great, this part sucks, and then this is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one conversation that goes on for almost an hour. Mm-hmm. It's also like the longest stretch of cutscenes in the game, like a massive margin.
Yeah, but what's a long stretch of cutscenes these days?
It's an hour plus.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy long.
That's everybody's doing it.
No, man.
I sat and watched Naruto talk to his mom for 45. A cool 45.
Really?
In a nun's game.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, his mom?
That's correct.
Man, Naruto's dumb.
Yeah. She was waiting at the gate.
But yeah, and I feel bad for the actor responsible for that conversation because they're doing their best. But man, I can only imagine them looking down at the page and going, so this is what I got to work with, huh?
Well,
all right.
Everyone has the same thing. They all say the same thing, which is, I don't understand this, but Kojima's a visionary, and I trust him.
I can understand now how individual actors were really fucking confused because if they were not like looking over and going through all the other character scenes, yeah, they'd be really, really fucking confused about what the fuck is going on.
I also have a massive pop filter up in front of you for the possibility that you just might not understand what you encountered, / there might be other interpretations that will be brought to the forefront down the line.
I discussed this with a lot of people, and there was even a thread on it.
But it doesn't matter in the sense that it's still...
Woolie, I'm telling you right now, it is not complicated enough to not understand.
Okay. What I'm thinking of is that reviewer that said something to the effect. I quoted it before, but it's like the post discussion for the next 10 years. Should be really interesting, right? So it's like, okay, let's see where it goes, what people interpret. Is anyone going to go on a forum and do a big breakdown analysis that goes, actually, I think things went this way or that way, and interpret it a little bit differently? What's going to come out of this?
So when I was going through this,
just grab a drink.
Paige was with me right next to me, and she seemingly correctly internalized what the message was, like the fucking this is what's going on, man, the real nitty gritty, right,
the human element.
And she was explaining it to me, and I'm like, I think you're right, but that's stupid. So I'm interested in seeing your thoughts on it. Overall, very good game, very weird, super unique, very glad I played it.
When's the last time you encountered a piece of media where you thoroughly enjoyed everything about it, but fundamentally disagreed with the thesis?
I don't know. I really don't know. Because, like, the thesis is, like, connection is important, and,
of course,
and
people,
killing
humans,
people is
etc.
bad.
Yeah.
Right? And I agree with that thesis. It's just a couple of the little nodules off the side that I'm just like, no, bad. But yeah, I don't know if I'd give it like a 8. I don't know. There's my review. Really good. There are some flaws that stand out. Like, there are some bits in which, like, you get to the end of the game and you're delivering stuff to get upgrades, and you're like, I'm literally just ziplining back and forth between 2 locations for like an hour over and over just to deliver this shit. And it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. The zip lines are too strong. Zip lines are OP. They're just OP.
But you have to, or rather, you should be using them off of roads.
Nah, you get enough bandwidth. You just fucking...
Okay.
I had them...
You spent the time to trivialize the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So.
Is there anything else? Heartman, good.
So I guess the discussion is really just how did you feel about what you read, Hey, here's a question. When you beat it and load up your New Game Plus, does it dump some new interviews on you?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
There are
That's what I was hoping
I'm not going to do them because I was playing it on stream and there was a chat to just tell me what was in them. But it's like there's a fucking like Animal House style, like, this is what happened to the people along the way, and they'll send you emails and like oh, we got back together, I'm gonna go work over on this thing, and just like little denouements for certain characters to give you a little bit of a boost while you're cleaning up your 5-star America. Yeah, there is one other thing, and that is, when we're watching or playing a game, remember when you were playing Wonderful 101 and you got the drill?
Yep.
And you were like, oh yeah, they like the thing I like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
This happens in Death Stranding, and it's not good. Because you're like, oh, you like the thing? Oh, no. You're doing the thing that was in the thing that I liked.
Oh,
it doesn't fit. It's not appropriate.
Oh, it's like you're doing the thing, but like now you're just like, it's not an homage.
There's a fine line between homage and rip-off.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Wow.
And also, for the love of God, do not watch that fucking launch trailer.
Well, why the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, everybody who's listening that is interested in Death Stranding and has not watched that launch trailer,
No.
for fuck's sake. So,
Every time I felt like it, I would just go and play Path.
so I watched I skimmed through the launch trailer right before the podcast started.
Dude, I mean,
Don't watch that launch trailer.
The anime intro for Astral Chain
is unavoidable.
it's there. It's nonstop. All can't stop it spoilers, but whatever. You don't even know what you're looking at, you know? No, definitely. That's a stupid
But
thing
yeah,
to do.
so Death Stranding is in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
It is still a really different thing than I wanted from the basic pitch. The way that you've described it as the coolest thing in the world is seeing a guy float up to the sky to stab himself so he doesn't get eaten by a giant 1,000-foot tall hand monster. The game looked a lot more horror-ish, and it's like it's more about Ruckin. And while I really enjoyed the Ruckin, I would have actually appreciated a lot more horror. And yeah,
I kind of came to terms with what the threat was, right? In terms of like how it expresses itself in the game.
the threat is loneliness.
But I remember definitely many podcasts ago when I first saw that launch trailer and I saw the hands grabbing Sam and he had to like shake him off, and I was like, oh no, it's just goop hands.
Yeah, it's just
right?
goop hands.
And I was like, goop hands is a concept that's been explored and we're not scared of goop hands anymore. But like if goop hands was your character floats into midair and is being dragged away by an unknown force,
And then let's kill yourself minigame.
or like the break and shake to get off of it is break off of it before you're too high up and you fall and die, or I don't know, right? But things like that, right? Not goop hands, but goop hands in other ways. You know, like don't goop hand me, open the world up around me and make me fall into, like, you know, like make it way more what the fuck, because that is what scares me. If you want to scare me, those ideas get me, right? And I'm saying this as someone who doesn't go down that survival horror like hallway that often. Like those ideas are terrifying. So like the float away man,
I think it's
float away stab man,
I actually
is a way scarier thing to do to a player in gameplay as you're disoriented as fuck than goop hands.
The BTs have a real problem in that they're like visually astonishing and super cool, and they are like horror antagonists. They're monsters, right? They're ghosts. But unlike almost every other ghost monster that has a real horror tinge to them, is they are codified and explained to the fucking nth degree almost immediately. Like there's an email or an interview you get within the first couple hours of the game that's like, this is how void outs happen. There's an antimatter reaction inside the BT.
So that I can appreciate, because you are the camera is placed behind a character who is hanging out with the scientific community
right
in this post Fallout, right? So you're surrounded by people whose job it is to understand.
Totally, and that is appreciated, but what I mean is that they very quickly lose their horror vibe because there's very little
it's too well explained,
actually mysterious about the fucking things.
Gotcha. I mean, they do refer to mysteries outright with like things like, we still don't understand how these BBs work.
And it's like, and you know, you learn that if you piss on the ghosts don't like it. But
I've gotten past it, or at the very least, I've put away that feeling in order to allow the game to take me where it wants to go. But that moment in that trailer, and that trailer itself,
which is the fucking first or second big cutscene in the game.
That is almost a BioShock Infinite preview / FF versus 13 preview of like something else entirely could have come out of that, you know? Because you don't ever see so far at least, you don't see handprints I haven't seen handprints in gameplay.
Oh, you totally have.
Okay, I'm way too busy looking at the clip at the blip,
So
blip, blip, blip,
when they come
and-
after you, they handprints that stomp, 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 stomp.
Camera was not looking
Okay.
at them. Camera was looking at the way out.
Okay, when you hear, you know, they see you and
Yeah.
stomp, 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 they're shooting up giant handprints on the ground.
Yeah. So it was at like it's in. I assume they're happening because they're obviously introduced as like that's what these things do, but I've never paid attention to it because there's always something way more pressing to pay attention to.
And if you got pulled down, like fallen down, not necessarily grabbed by the monster, there are handprints all over your backpack.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they want your goodies.
Yeah, I'm looking at my meter. I'm looking at where the clipper is pointing, and I'm looking at my way out. I'm not noticing the hands.
All right.
You know.
Yeah, because the hand stalking around is not a gameplay thing. That's only like they see you.
Diode. Fucking.
Obradek.
Odiadek.
It's some fucking ancient sci-fi term from some fucking thing. Odradek.
Robohand.
Robot hand that gives you a thumbs up.
Yep. Radar.
The baby carousel.
Yes.
When you
But yeah. Anyway, that's kind of where I go, and like, and it's the same reason why, like, goop hands not scary anymore, but like other concepts that like once upon a time like had an effect have now become expected.
Yeah.
Right. So like if you go to, let's say you actually found yourself in hell one day.
Yeah, okay, hey, great, I'm in hell. Got it.
And you literally saw a big flaming throne with a goat-legged dude that was red, and he had the horn sticking out.
You'd be like, hey man, what's up?
Full on Pick of Destiny style.
Yeah, you want to play rock? I was just thinking that. I'm like, you want to play some fucking rock music?
Yeah,
Dave?
full on Pick of Destiny style
Yeah.
Satan. Like, wouldn't that be the least scary
Oh, it'd
thing
be the
in the
lamest
world?
thing in the world.
Right.
Like, well, I mean, if it's a giant flaming goat man, you'd be like still scared because he can fucking kill you,
But
torture you.
yeah.
But,
The threat is there.
But
that's not even. It doesn't even remotely register a blip on your like. Oh, I'm scared of that.
Nah,
right.
nah.
Whereas if you found yourself in, I don't know. Let's say you were squeezed. I'm just gonna fucking riff.
All right.
Let's say you were in a hallway, but the hallway was really, really thin, and you were squeezed shoulder to shoulder with walls, and the hallway was actually up to down.
Yeah.
So you can only look down, crane your neck down to see below you or above you, right? And then a Junji Ito-esque fucking
Whatever
character with a giant spiraled hole in its face, taking up most of its skull, is crawling towards you, and making no noises.
And he's like,
And you try to scream and you hear nothing.
and he goes, hey dude, I'm a fairy.
Yep. And you can wiggle enough to get yourself a little bit lower, but nowhere near at the speed that
Yeah,
this
that's
thing is
much
coming towards
scarier.
you. Yeah. Right? So all of that is just based on shit you've never encountered.
Yeah.
And and not knowing what any of that is fucked. Right? You feel super fucked because you're just scared of the unknown. But that's why when you're trying to scare me with things that we've seen, which is why a lot of those shitstorm games you guys played, I'm just like, what the fuck is this garbage? Because it's like, can't you like create a completely different scary concept? Like Cthulhu's and stuff.
Do you play with inverted controls?
I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't know. I just do the thing. But if you like, when you play like something, or when you read, like when you look at something and you're like, your design for like a creature is like, if you go into like the H.P. Lovecraft mythos, a lot of the time to me, that's like, you're going for cool.
Yeah.
Right? But that coolness is not necessarily scary in the sense that if it's something you've seen a bunch of, right? So
yeah, the
I
Cthulhu
just
shit often doesn't actually scare me. I just think it's radical.
it's just rad. Exactly, right? So and when you see things that are like referential to that, you're like, oh, that's rad. I love that. And it's not like I'm terrified of that, actually. It's a completely different feeling.
Well, a lot of that has
Focusing
to do
on
with,
the fear.
your ability to like superimpose your own personal state on the character in question.
Yeah.
And whether or not something that threatens that character actually spookifies you as like a startle response. For me, it absolutely does because I'm a big baby. But for you, not so much.
So yeah, so maybe it is, a lot of it is me, but that is kind of part of like when I'm like, well, what's a thing that you've seen a lot of, right? I don't know, a hand reaching out of a wall and
Oh my
grabbing you
God.
or something. And you're like, why can't that hand reach out of me and not the wall? I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
if I were to try and direct something scary, I would do nonstop that.
Yeah.
Because that makes me massively uncomfortable. So I really thought that's what we were getting. And I guess I'm just like,
It's funny you mention that because Junji
I haven't seen a
Ito
bunch, but
famously is like a big chicken.
Yeah.
And gets scared super easily.
oh yeah, Kojima couldn't finish watching The Eye.
And so Junji Ito became like obsessed with horror manga and horror stories to try and like cure himself of that shit.
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
Yeah.
But then he got way into it.
But like that's the kind of like the Ito style, like that is so good.
Yeah, well, Junji Ito's the shit, and that's why he's in Death Stranding.
Right. But like that's the type of direction you go in where you're like, yeah, man, that's a hole in a wall. I don't know. Like that's good enough. It doesn't have to be a thing that
Doesn't have to be a big tentacle monster.
I mean, I don't know. I heard it turned to shit as a franchise, but Blair Witch, right?
Oh yeah,
Right? Garbage,
right
right?
right to shit.
Yeah, I've never seen any of them. I just know the trailers and the memes. But the first version of that, where you go found footage, and I think you find the person standing in the basement.
Yeah,
right?
that's the big scare reveal. Is a person standing with their back to you in a basement, and then it cuts away, and you hear a bunch of screaming because you don't know what happened.
That is a lot of unknown weird stuff.
RE7 homages it when you go into the basement and the guy's on the radiator or whatever.
Yeah, I like that. There you go. I'm like, yeah. I don't know what the fuck that is. You don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
You know, or It Follows, all this stuff. You just gotta go a little somewhere different with it. So yeah. That kind of got away from me.
BT's kind of stopped being scary and start being like video game enemies.
Video game enemies.
By the end. As your methods of dealing with them increase exponentially, they and health bars start to get introduced.
Yeah.
You're like, okay,
but
that's cool though.
But of course, like I'm you know, I still have to wait to see like other versions of things, you know, and whatnot. But
so yeah, beat Death Stranding, and I was like, oh, I missed that. All this Death Stranding and about connecting to other people. I should reach out and form connections with other people via the strands of the internet. And so I decided, hey, why not give that League of Legends a shot?
is that the thought process?
No, it was actually the actual thought process was about a year-ish ago. I was playing HOTS, and HOTS was in the middle of being killed. If you remember that, apparently they took devs off HOTS to put them on Diablo after that Immortal shenanigans. And I was like, well, League's a thing. Maybe I should try League, because all my buddies who played HOTS, they would all go, oh, I used to play a bunch of League back in the day, blah, 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 right? I'm like, oh, I'll give it a shot. And when I tried to play League back about a year-ish ago, the text size of things in the UI was so laughably fucking small on my TV 4K setup that it was completely unplayable, unreadable. Like you
All right,
I couldn't
we
see
did
fucking...
it. That's a podcast. See you guys
All
next
right.
week.
No. We do hour-long discussions of fucking fighting games every 2 weeks.
Do we actually? Has that really literally happened? Or
Yes.
has it been curtailed underneath that
Has it?
drastically based on the fact that I'm
We
hyper
do-
paranoid about
We
going
do
overboard in fighting
15
games?
to 20-minute fighting
that
game
is
conversations.
that a
once
massive
every 3 weeks.
over-exaggeration because I've been actually paying attention to how much fighting game talk I've been bringing to the podcast because people, like, I don't want to scare anyone with all my
Woolie,
jargon? Or is that
some people-
is it? Or is it a feeling
It's a feeling.
that maintains no matter what I do?
It's both.
Is it a feeling that that
Woolie,
will never escape me no matter how much I try to curtail
Some
it?
people play MOBAs, and some of those people listen to this podcast.
I am making a joke.
I am.
Someone in the chat said, let's end the podcast now. I thought it was funny.
Oh, who was that? That's really funny.
And then I tried to just follow the
So
joke.
I actually have a lot of things to talk about.
What actually kicked it in on this particular eve of this particular Thanksgiving American time?
So,
weekend?
yeah, like I was saying, like it was unreadable. So I was like, oh, fuck it. Throw a League on the pile. And especially since I played one match of Dota 2 like 3 years ago. And it's kind of funny because my experience with Dota 2 3 years ago 100% mirrored almost to the word what Ryan Davis's, rest in peace, buddy, experience with Dota 2 was, which was I pick up the Dota 2, I go, I'm going to play this guy. He looks cool. And then I start walking down a lane, a road, and then everyone in my allied chat goes, what the fuck are you doing? What? Why are you? What? Stop it! I'm like, what? And I hit the enemy. And then that just continued for like 25 minutes until we lost. But it was last Wednesday or something, I was scrolling past some bullshit, or I forgot what it was. I think it was just Twitter, and I happened to see a screenshot of the League of Legends UI, which included a UI size interface option set to like 30% or something. And I went, oh, they must have updated the client or whatever to include accessibility options to make the text bigger. So I decided, oh, why not give it a shot? So I loaded it up, and sure enough, you can now on a 4K TV play the League of Legends with text size that's readable. You still need to go into the fucking preference file to make the chat the right size, but yeah, you can totally do it.
I was made to believe that something somewhere along this line had something to do with fighting game sadness.
It did.
So where's that? Why are you dodging it?
So the week before this, if you remember, I went and I was like, man, I really want to get back into a fighting game, yada, yada, yada. Yep. And I asked you about it on the podcast. Mm-hmm. And over the week prior, I spent some time playing Tekken matches, and I tried to get into some matches of Revelator, and just was met by long wait times for matches, like, a couple minutes, followed by matches that were over in 40 seconds, in which I got shit stomped, and just a very unsatisfying feeling. And then I saw the League screenshot and went, oh, I had fun playing HOTS. And all of my buddies from my FF14 rating days, all of them played League at some point or another. Even Eli, even Plague of Gripes played League at some point, right? Like, why not give it a shot?
Mm-hmm.
And
friendship ended with fighting games. Now MOBAs are my best friend.
Not quite. In playing it, so I played about 40 games of League now.
Yeah, people have been tracking it
aggressively. I know, that's weird.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why is it weird? Is it not just what happens when you play the most popular thing?
So
is this not just the natural state of affairs upon picking up the thing and playing the thing? You don't think that people will pay attention to that people the thing?
Are able to track your matches.
Yeah, because that's the thing.
That's the
part. It's the big thing. There's no feature in that surprises me.
So honestly, the actual nitty-gritty of like playing League, like, I don't even find that interesting to talk about. Last hitting is weird because it wasn't in HOTS.
Watching League is what people do.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised when people are watching League.
I'm sure you even know, like, last hitting is like kill the minion right before it dies.
I don't know what that is at all.
Okay, so you played like 2 matches of HOTS, enough to get that skin.
Yeah, enough to get the skin.
Right, and you remember hanging out around minions while they die so you get experience and shit like that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, well, you do that. Then you know the minions in the lane?
Yeah.
Well, in HOTS, you just hung out near them and you got experience.
Okay.
You didn't have to kill them yourself. In League, you get experience from being near them, but in order to get cash to buy items in the shop like Counter-Strike, you need to actually be the killing blow. And it doesn't matter how much damage you do to them before that, it has to be the kill, which means that you are spending a lot of micro time just, can I kill them in one hit? And learning to ballpark it. And that interplay between the two guys on the other side doing that while also trying to fuck each other up is like the first 20 minutes of every game. It's the laning phase.
Hitting the grunt?
Yes, hitting the
non-play
hitting the creeps to kill them while somebody is on the other side trying to hit your creeps to kill them, and you're only like 5 feet away from each other. So it's this constant thing of
And you have to own them.
I want to get this one.
Anyway, what were you saying about that?
Well, now I'm explaining it. You get this one, but you don't want. It's like a 20-minute game of footsies.
Yeah.
If I need to compare to fighting games,
Is this the jungling? Are you talking?
No,
about
that's not
jungling?
jungling.
Okay, well.
Okay, Woolie. Okay, fuck it. For people that no, shut up. It's too late now. For people that don't know what a MOBA is,
Offensive but ancients.
offensive but ancients. There's 3 lanes: top, bot. I don't like that they call it bot. I don't like it.
Is bottom too? Does it
It's
take
too long.
too many syllables? Takes up too much time.
Dude, MOBA terminology is the worst. Like, we fucking talk about fighting game like footsies and shit like that. This shit is the actual worst. They are all horrible because they come from sports.
Do you have guessies? Are there guessies?
They're not guessies.
Okay.
But jungling is because in between the 3 lanes, top, mid, and bottom, there is the jungle, which is the part of the map that doesn't have a lane, doesn't have minions. And just like in Warcraft 3, where you would send your heroes into the creep to get experience, the jungler goes into the jungle.
Look, man,
to do this.
I don't want anyone to be like, yo, I don't come to your tournament and shit on your floor. What the fuck with your voice and attitude making fun of our terms?
No.
I'm not even about
No,
that.
hey.
I just have never heard these words
No,
before.
I'm gonna be that person.
Okay.
The MOBA
well, just
terms
please distinguish the difference between Pat talking and us talking.
Yes,
because I hate being attributed to
Pat.
shit that fucking comes out of his mouth.
Well,
Don't
you're
do
on
that
this
shit.
podcast with me, so
Different voice.
You're kind of stuck.
Don't do it.
Hey, don't do it. Nah, I can't imitate your voice. But anyway, so the jungler it hangs out in the middle and then it goes into people's lanes to try and get 2v1s and kill people. So it's a MOBA. It's a really popular MOBA. There's this character's a support. This person goes and lives in the top lane. All these, meta things. And more than anything, what is interesting to me about League is not League. It is the fucking baffling infrastructure that has been built around League to support League. So, and now that I played a bunch of it, I have a good deal more. I played a bunch of League, and I played a lot of HOTS.
Yeah, there's a record of 40 hours or something.
No, like matches.
Okay.
You can't see time; you can see matches.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I have a much better context for the thing we keep talking about of like, why aren't fighting games the MOBA level esport? And there's things that I had never considered. So one is the fact that when I queue up for a MOBA, I pick my role. That's a weird thing to do. It's a League thing where you go, do I want to play top? Do I want to play middle? Do I want to play support? Do I want to play bottom? Or do I want to play jungler? And I can even have a second choice for that. And it will assign me whatever.
So roles are not suggested. They're the game.
They are enforced.
Okay.
That is not a thing in Dota, but it is a thing in League. On top of that, now that I'm finally playing draft games, I never played draft games in HOTS. A draft game is really simple. Woolie, follow me here.
I'm very much following.
You
look at that follow.
You pre-select your character.
Yep.
And then both teams get to ban characters.
Yep.
And there's no mirror
match. Like card drafting.
Yeah, there's no mirror matches.
Yep.
And if a character's banned, they're fucking gone. So basically, you pick the character you like, and then you ban their immediate counter pick. And then they do the same. And if you fucking got banned, you got to pick another character, which sucks. That feels great. That is something that fighting games obviously can't do because they're one-on-one. But if I had the ability to be like, I'm queuing up a Zangief and I want to have the button that turns off Dalsim, that's sick. Like,
wait, you're queuing up with your band?
No,
characters?
no, I'm just saying.
Or is it not?
You queue up and that as your role, and then I pick the character for it, and then I go, hey, I'm playing as
but obviously
Mordekaiser, so I don't want to see Vayne.
But that's also like not applicable because like someone can be like everyone can be a specialist, but these are games where like the amount of time it would take to be like you're a Dalsim specialist, versus like in a game like this where you're learning their abilities, but it's not going to be
well
the exact same, right? And you're going to have to be multifaceted.
I would actually say the time is probably similar because in Street Fighter V right now you have 39 matchups.
Yeah.
In League you have 145 matchups for any character, including every variation of character with them.
Okay.
So
well,
it's all matchup.
Well, but they're not. The game is not clearly expecting you to pick and stick with one.
No, it is
because that can be
so
denied of you.
The tutorial process and the like 7-day get something every day for playing kind of thing gives you 11 characters right off the bat for free, and then the free rotation adds like 10 more. So you straight up cannot enter into the ban game until you have 20 characters.
So I could see instantly everyone getting really mad at me.
Yeah.
Because what do I do when I play the video game?
Yeah.
I find the character I like, I try to learn everything about them, and then I like to play as that character.
It's the Overwatch problem times a million.
And then that in this context would be probably massively infuriating to everybody because that makes me utterly worthless.
So if I go if I roll in and I got a support role and I go, well, I want to play Mordekaiser, I want to play Mordekaiser, and I start walking bottom with support role, people are gonna be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and you're not supposed to like the characters more than the game.
But also, Woolie, it's
right?
not even that. Is that if you are playing,
or am I just wrong on that?
There are specialists, but those specialists live in the place they're supposed to live.
So you're a specialist at playing top or bot.
And in that specialist, you could go, if I'm going to play Mordekaiser every game until I die on top, the top lane.
Right. So if
the only time I'm not going to play Mordekaiser is if he gets banned.
So basically, it's like, you want me to join you? I play healers, plural.
Well,
if my Ana goes down, then I have a decent Lucio I can run for you.
So yeah, it's basically you want at 2, probably 3 that are your mains.
So liking a character will lead to bad things.
Liking a character obsessively
will lead to bad things
because that's even outside of the team dynamics. Is like Garen right now is a character I really like. He gets banned almost every game I play. Like almost every single time I load into a game, Garen's banned because he's the best guy on top right now. He's top tier. He's Vanilla Sagat.
Well, that's what I was also gonna say. Like, if you could just ban somebody, wouldn't everyone just have a clear always ban this character?
People on top tend to ban. From my experience, they either ban Darius or Garen, which are 2 characters I like to play. And when they ban one, I pick the other.
Of the 100 and some odds,
146.
You happen to enjoy playing the 2 best.
Yeah.
What are the odds of that?
Pretty good because they're popular and they're cool looking. League has so many weird facets about it. It's really old. It's from 2009, and you know what's fun? You can tell that some characters have not been changed since like 2010. Like, you look at the art style of old characters, and they are Warcraft 3 rejects, and their models look like shit compared to the entire rest of the game. And you're like, oh man, you're like a giant Frankenstein monster man. Nobody buys the sexy lady skin for you, huh? So you don't get the love. So there's all that shit. I think it's fascinating to. You don't ever get to talk to crack Woolie plays boss character jokes ever again. Oh
by the way.
No!
You literally that card is taken.
No,
you don't get that joke anymore.
No, it only applies to fighting games. Anyway,
no.
But you were talking about like liking a character. There is a significant benefit to like really, really liking 1 or 2 characters in League, and that is you can make sure that you will never fight your most hated counterpick.
Now,
ever.
Early Sam show, that's like everyone bans Genjiro and calls it a day.
Yeah.
In this case, you're saying that, like, do you connect to somebody and then see their avatar as the character that they love and then go not that character?
No, the way it actually works is everybody picks and then it asks you what characters you want to ban.
Okay.
and then you ban the characters, and then anyone who got banned has to repick, and then before the match starts, you see who everybody is on both teams. So there's that. There's also a ludicrous amount of, like, I'm gonna say complexity slash depth slash I don't want to deal with this in terms of buying items every time you go back to base and the item combinations and all that crap. And then the runes that you set up before the match. Oh, do I want to have extra damage on counter hits for 3 seconds after hitting a turn? You know, just that shit. And then I discovered something that, oh my god, I wish any game other than this game was popular enough to desire, right? There's an application called blitz.gg, which somebody recommended it to me. And somebody recommended it to me because it would be something that it'll create loadouts of items to buy in what order, depending on the enemy team composition and your character per match. So you load this thing up in the background, and then when the match starts, it will load a custom item set into your shop, and then you literally just buy item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, item 5 in a row, and that is a optimal build path for that character, for that match, for that matchup, etc. Which is...
So then why even offer other things?
So I said to...
What's the point of adding choices?
I said to person on Twitter, because that's only optimal from a general point of view. There's obviously better, more pro-optimal, whatever. But I said to the person on Twitter, I said, this feels like cheating. This feels like cheating because I don't have to learn what any of these items do. I can just beep, boop, beep, boop. And the response came back, that's fine. Just keep playing against 10-year vets who are also using this program. And I went, oh, okay. So I do that. And that's not even the best thing about it. The best thing about it is that when you load up, so I have a second monitor because it's streaming. You load it up and it goes, okay, you're playing Darius versus Mordekaiser, right? It'll show you the following things on your second monitor. What skills in what order would be effective versus the guy you're fighting, what your character's win rate is against the character you're fighting, both in matches and in lane. Like this, Darius has a 60% win against Mordekaiser, but only a 50% win rate of the match. On top of that, on the right side will be a bunch of fucking pro tips of, hey, this guy's E gets really strong at level 2, and this be careful of this thing at level 6, and just this huge cheat sheet about how to learn the matchup. And fuck, I would have appreciated a program that gave me a fucking giant cheat sheet for how to play the Alex versus Akuma matchup when I'm loading into an Alex versus Akuma game. That would have been fucking sick.
But what are the... Like, what are the specifics?
The specifics being?
Of this cheat sheet.
The cheat sheet will break down, it will have generalized tips about the way their passives work. So I was playing against this hero called Gnar, which is a cute little Furby that turns into a monster. And one of the cheat sheet things said, he can't gain any resources for 10 seconds after he goes back into tiny baby form. So after his ult... rush him down because he can't do shit. It will also say at levels 6 and 11, they get power spikes because of the way that their stats work. So these are the levels that they're most dangerous during the process.
When you played Street Fighter V, did you go to the demonstrations?
I did not. Well, wait, I did with Alex. I think I did all of Alex's.
Did you read the descriptions they gave you?
They didn't give me any descriptions. What are you talking about?
Then you didn't do them. I'm not talking about trials. I'm talking about demonstration mode.
All right.
Demonstration mode is text of the character's game plan and moves.
Was that added later?
I'm pretty sure it was there. And every season they added new characters. They always had the demonstration. You got gold for doing it. But they would describe what the moves were and what their faults were and when they were generally be used.
Uh-huh.
So if you went through that for a given character... Ideally, if it was someone that you were not playing against, or not someone you were not playing as, you could use that to kind of help you figure out what to do with them.
Yeah, people are saying that was added later.
Okay. Well, it is not 100% the matchup specific thing you're describing, but it does exist.
It's not nearly as useful, I can't imagine. Because the blitz thing gives you, it's per matchup.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
So this is a
it's not.
but by the way, this is a side website.
It's a side program.
Side program you're running.
Yeah.
Right.
It will also break down your win percentage, your pick rate. Dude, it is a stat cheat sheet explosion.
Okay.
I've literally never even heard of anything as good.
Okay. It's not the same thing. Okay.
It is a big fucking game changer. I can't. And I look at that and I go,
you want that program to run alongside your fighting game.
Honestly, I'd like that program to run alongside any competitive game. It's incredible because it is allowing me to improve fast.
Yeah.
Like it is allowing me to internalize matchups within one match.
Yeah. And that's effectively what the labbing process basically brings out.
Yeah, and they get to skip it because there are millions of these fucking matches played a day.
Right. Like what you and they take 40 minutes or whatever, right?
Yeah, so that's one of the things
because like if you go to I mean I would have to fully understand exactly how much it's giving you, but like if it's effectively giving you data,
there's an easier way for you to do that.
Yeah, there is.
You know, I probably pull up a screenshot.
But if it's giving you the information that like you effectively learn over the course of matchups and by labbing, where you just go, okay, this is unsafe, this is what I can do in this situation, that's what I can do in that situation, and so on and so forth. It would definitely help a lot of people that don't know to do that process. Mm-hmm. To include a way to show people that you should be doing that in a fighting game. Like, so that could be interesting.
Yeah. Woolie, I pulled up a screenshot for you. Let's see if I can, like, here you go. Crap. So the shit on top is things that are good to buy for that matchup. The thing in the middle is optimal skill placement per that matchup. The shit on the right is the cheat sheet for that matchup. Like, it is, and that all like automatically updates per match. It is an explosion of information.
Okay. Let me pull up over here.
Even if I was able to say in Street Fighter, pull that after the end of the match, right? It would still be incredible. Because in the post-match screen, it shows you, hey, you missed 60.
I'm going to hand you my phone here. This is a text file, and it is Sam Show data that I've written down.
Yeah.
For character-specific things with Darlie.
Yeah.
At the top, there's general information, and then there's like general meaty setups and things like that.
Yeah.
And then I go into this character's main threats, how to deal with each one as your character, as Darlie, and then tendencies that players that play this character will tend to have.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, that's about as precise as you can get before going into like frame data.
So let me ask you a quick question about
which
your
I
list.
also included some of,
because that is basically like you are creating your own little mini samurai show.gg whatever.
Sure.
How much labbing did it take to write that?
This from the game launch until now.
No, but I mean hours
of writing this out.
Yeah.
It took, I mean, playing and watching absolutely hundreds of matches.
Okay, so this thing gave it to me for free.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Yeah.
And at the end, it told me, "Hey, you don't ward enough. You lost on this match at this time. Be more careful." Mm-hmm. And gives you advice.
Yes.
And it's that, like,
yeah.
Even
so
if
that right is I had a big discussion with a couple people about that feature that you're describing, which is, to me, that's totally different. Yeah. Where it's like, it's not the matchup specific knowledge, it's the these are 3 key mistakes you made in that game.
If I got a fucking cheat sheet at the end of a Street Fighter match and it's like you ate every single unblocked Shoryuken.
Yes.
Like, yeah. I'd be like,
but that's
okay.
So that, and to me I'm like, that's not even a cheat sheet. That's every time the person was on the ground, they did a Shoryuken when they woke back up, and you got hit.
You ate it every time,
right? So you want to go, hey, you want to be looking out for this in when the person's on the ground, and here's how you block it, right? And I would even say, like, I mean, I've talked about different ways to apply this, but it's like, let's take you exactly to this moment in a replay, and then go replay it, but now block it.
You know what? You know what would be the absolute best piece of information that the League One does give you a little bit of,
Yeah.
and that is this move that you think beats a Shoryuken does not beat a Shoryuken.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Mm-hmm. You want a little AI coach after you make mistakes to let you know that, by the way, just in case you thought this was one thing, it isn't.
So
right, that would be phenomenal. So that would help people like really quickly.
This Blitz thing does massively. It makes it way easier to get in and stay in. But there is one thing that I will say that we have been very wrong about. The idea that, while fighting games require a lot of upfront effort and time to get into, compared to a MOBA, because you just click around because of the execution barrier, the amount of fucking shit I had to learn to fucking play fucking one match properly is way more than a fighting game.
But did you also not just finish saying that it handed you information about matchups up front?
Yeah, but I'm talking about that Blitz thing is for matchups. I'm talking about how the game fucking works.
Okay.
Like, in a fighting game, you're still placed on a fucking thing, and it's fucking fight that bitch.
Yeah.
In a MOBA, like, there are so many fucking stupid moving pieces at all times. The shop and the fucking the laning phase and the team fight phase and the dragon. You want to get the Baron? I don't like. It is at the very least just as brutal to get in from nothing. Like, I played a lot of HOTS, which was...
And you're talking about from zero...
From zero, because I wasn't at zero going in the league.
From zero to competency.
Yeah. So I played a lot of HOTS, which is why I'm adapting to League better. It's about equal to get to a point where you're like,
sorry, I don't interrupt.
I'm playing matches. You know, like, I'm a human.
I totally believe that. In fact, I not only believe that, I would have guessed that, looking at it, that from zero to competent is more complex in any game where the camera is zoomed out, there is a cursor, and there's shit on the screen, is going to be way more complex to learn than a game with two punch mans fighting each other. For sure.
You know what the crazy, because we've also talked about, like, hey, you can blame your teammates when you lose, right?
Yeah.
That feels good. You know what doesn't feel good? Realizing that your teammates are the only ones who won the match.
They carried you to victory.
And you're like, it's like, it's okay.
No, that's not a universal. I mean, that's there, but some people
don't
are more than happy being satisfied being carried like that.
I have encountered a lot of people that when I started playing League, they basically came at me like recovered drunks and recovered alcoholics, I guess, and drug users, and were like, dude, don't get in it, man, it'll ruin your life. And I'm like, and in talking to a bunch of them, I discover, and playing games with some of my friends.
Yeah, when you roped me in on that tweet, I caught a lot of people going, God damn it, I'm a 10-year veteran, fuck this.
A lot of miserable people.
I guess I'm reinstalling it.
A lot of miserable people.
What is that sentiment?
So I can tell you what that sentiment is.
What that sentiment is what it sounds like.
It's more complicated than that. And that is, the better you get in League, the more you're able to see other people's mistakes, and the more there's the feeling that the only reason you lost is because that dumb fuck didn't use his ult at the right time. Right? So the solution to that is to play with friends. But then, when I was playing with some friends, I had some friends that they had been out of practice for a while, and they were fucking miserable because they were getting blown up.
What if you play perfectly and then lose?
Well, in my heart, I'm like, they lost me it. I played perfectly. Fuck them. My stats were good. But if you can't, and it all comes down to the people that play ranked and take their rank seriously. And in fighting games, hey, your rank goes down, you having a bad night, guess what? That's your fucking fault. Get better.
So in Teppen,
Yeah.
right? What happens often is you played correctly, but you just got handed bad cards.
Yeah, feels like shit, huh?
And you knew exactly how to fight that Morrigan. You knew exactly what they want to do. You know what her deck is about. You know how they tend to play. But unfortunately, you got handed a bad deck. And when you did the re-roll, the second deck was even worse.
Yeah. There is and since I played so many, I played a lot of MMO now.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling of, dude, we would have won if you just hadn't have stood in that one wrong place at the 39-minute mark and died and gave them the lead on that team fight.
Yeah.
That feels like shit.
Yeah. Oh, I lost a rank last night because the game not disconnected, but it lagged out in a moment where I had to play a counter card.
Right.
And it just it floated over the slot but didn't land, and then instead the attack went through and I just fucking died. And I'm like, cool.
On the other hand, hey, guess what? I've played 3 games of League right now in which I have encountered the trademark League toxic, in which people take it real serious. So you don't get flamed by other people on the other team because that's turned off by default. You could turn it off if you want, but I mean, that'd be regular trash talk. The real shit you got to look out for is the people on your team who are just like, no, stop it. And just hate you for not playing as well.
You're playing with other beginners, aren't you?
Not necessarily. A lot. You know what the funniest thing is you're playing.
Are you bypassing that because there's people that watch you on stream, so you're playing with people that are actually
No,
carrying
you're
you?
bypassing that because people want easy wins, so they make Smurf accounts.
Oh.
And then they get mad at their teammates that they're playing in the lower ranks because they're not Smurfs.
Oh, fuck those people. Holy shit, what an asshole.
I know, right? And this guy, I played a game of as her called Lux. She's a support. She has a lot of moves that you have to aim. And oh boy, I'm the worst. I'm very bad. And this guy was so tilted that he thought I was faking it. That's how fucking tilt this guy was, where he's like, this guy's just doing it on purpose. He's feeding on this motherfucker. And he's so mad. And there's a couple ways you can handle that. For me, I respond to that with, nah, man, I wish. I'm just bad, LOL. And like his fury makes me giggle. And there was a different guy who was like screaming all caps because I didn't kill somebody, or all just furious. I'm like, my bad, LOL. Like, I don't give a shit. Fuck him. This is funny. If that affects you, it's going to be a bad fucking time playing League if you have ally chat on.
Do you need it on?
No. There's a ping system.
Wonderful.
Now people are going to say, do you totally need it on? And then I had people tell me, like, unless you're playing like Diamond or whatever, fuck it. You don't need it. It's just like, I find it hilarious. Like, it almost feels like that Russian hockey player. You know, it's like, why you have to be mad? It's just game. And I get way more salty about my own individual fighting game losses than I ever have over anything that's happening. And I've played 2 matches of League in which people were fucking AFK. There was a guy just sitting in the base the whole game. And we're losing, and we're about to lose. I'm like, man, this would have been a lot easier if that guy had played the game. And so, yeah.
So I'm still thinking about that cheat sheet and optimized
what
to buy when and
it's
stuff
crazy.
like that. So there's nothing to buy in a round of a fighting game. There's
No.
all it is just decisions.
It's
right?
funny because, like, MOBAs aren't the only... Like, Counter-Strike is actually the first game that I think of that invented this type of system, right?
So every piece of information you could want, it boils down to an interaction.
Yeah.
Right? Now, providing that you're not at the phase of trying to learn how to, like, do your combos, you can get that information of, like, here's in general what you should be doing by... Well, remember what I said last time? I'm just like, yo, go to this YouTube replay of someone playing your character.
Yeah.
Like, the way that person will do stuff will inform a lot of, like, you probably want to be standing back here a bunch of the time. But, like, if you're not thinking about that, then you're not going to extract that piece of information, right? Or, like, every time the person got here, he went for a throw. But then every time he was here, he didn't, right?
There would be it would be an astonishingly easier way to get into fighting games if when you loaded up into a match, a picture of your optimal range just showed up on the fucking screen. Like, hey, you're playing Alex against Akuma. Akuma has, and it just showed a screenshot of here's the spaces that
Serlin's talks broke that down really
here's
well.
the space that Akuma controls. Here's where you really rock it.
Yeah.
Just that one photo per matchup would make a world of difference.
That was that was useful back in
after experiencing this thing with League. It is depressing that I believe League is the only game that I know of that has this kind of thing, and I'm like, every game ever, every shooter. Like, think about Counter-Strike and fucking Call of Duty. The developers release those fucking heat maps to show you this spot, you're gonna die. People die in this spot. You know, stuff like that. And they optimize routes through maps and shit like that.
So there's again, like there's tons of people deconstructing these aspects and elements and things that we talk about. I can bring up other examples. Like Skullgirls has a really nice character trial mode that walks you through some moves and explains what they're for and all that stuff as well, right? The range thing is like, yeah, that's definitely something that's applicable. Decisions, like what's important in a lot of cases is it's not even about telling you what to do in a situation of the things that you like, of 3 things you can do here, here's the one you should be doing here.
Yeah,
it's not about that as much as like introducing a situation that you originally didn't think of as something you should think about.
Yeah,
right. So, like, if you never thought about, like, I don't know, let's say, like, after this character presses this punch button, it's very, very safe for them, which means they get to go first, right? Like, if the moment that animation completes, you never thought about that moment as unique and special, but now that you are,
could you
it helps
imagine
you.
If you're playing Big Band,
it'd be useful
versus Parasol, and there was a screenshot of Parasol poking, and there was a line of dialogue that said, "This move is safe as fuck. You can't punish it with your shit."
So the trials in Skullgirls literally have things like that. When you play the character, it'll go, "This move is really, really good at this."
Yeah.
Right. Watch out for that though. When you take off your head as Fortune. Like, you can do some really good stuff, and here's some things it can do, but warning, it takes 50% damage, so if you get hit both body and head, you take 150% damage, right? Like, that's right there, and you walk through every character's explanation, and that's all there. Here's the thing, and I don't want to put too much emphasis on this because, like, that will help, that will get you up to speed and feeling more comfortable right away. It will not help you beat the people that destroyed you when you booted up Exert.
Of course not.
It would not help you win those matches anymore, in the sense that, like, those people you're fighting against still just have the experience edge over you.
Of course they
right?
do.
It gets rid of that feeling of, I don't know what to do now.
That's the worst feeling. That, to me, and I can only speak for me.
Yeah.
But I feel like I have, even now, after playing fighting games for decades now, on and off, it is too often I get into a matchup in a game that I'm starting to learn, and it's maybe a little older, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be even trying to fucking accomplish in this match. I don't know where I'm good. I don't know where I'm bad. And just being able to skip to that, like, not even middle, below average point of, like, I have a plan, would make a big fucking difference.
Yeah. So, for me, it's not like for me, it's like that. What you're describing is literally like, after every time someone does a thing and I go, what the fuck do I do about this? Right? I don't hit rematch.
Yeah.
I quit
and go to the,
and I go, and then I make them do it, and then I see what I can do to get around it. Right? It then takes about 10-15 to figure out whether I can do something or nothing. And then I write that down, right? And then the next thing, that in some cases, if it's something that I'm like, I've never fought that, I have never been beaten by that, you will see someone on a video replay getting destroyed by something. You go, whoa, what do you do about that? And then you see the person solve it right away, and you go, oh, that's what you do. So then you write that down as well. So, like, what you're describing is there, but it is not handed right off the bat, and it certainly would help if it were, but it still doesn't make you like.
This program gets you to the point of being dumb. I used the example of Gnar earlier. The little guy turns into a big monster.
Yeah.
I played a match against him before I used BlitzGG, and I played a match against him when I used it. The difference between the two, and it's especially important for Dota and League because there are 140-ish characters on both. Mm-hmm. I went from, what the fuck is that? What is he doing? I don't get it. Mm-hmm. To, oh, that's what he's doing.
That's what he's doing, yeah. And this is a really hard discussion, and this is literally the core of everyone trying to like make a game in a genre that's full of experts these days, right? It's the entire Guilty Gear discussion, right? Where I'm not like, I can see some people already go like saying like no, Woolie, that's the part that's annoying, right? I'm not defending the arduousness of the process. If that's what you heard just now, you heard that's not at all what I'm putting out there. Because think back to every other time I've talked about what I think fighting games should have and how much I'm on the side of the new player.
They should have MOBA.
Trying to like figure out how to get to the fun part, right? Think about how many times I've said, I like that this game cuts out the difficulty of execution here because it gets people to the decision making, which is fun. So stop saying that that's what I'm not doing that.
Paige,
right?
You're not Paige. Jesus Christ. Woolie.
So like so when I'm describing what I did to learn in Samurai Showdown, I'm not saying that as an example of this is what everyone should do. This is the purity of the process. That's not at all what I'm doing. I'm describing what I did in this game. And I think that finding a shortcut to that process would be wonderful, right? I'm trying to work out through this discussion right now is with that existing shortcut, like, would that have saved you from this moment of like, fuck this, turning the game off and going to play League?
Because even if I get blown up,
but I don't know if it would.
If I have a plan, when I loaded up Tekken, and hey, Armor King's out. I love Armor King. Loaded it up, played against Steve, got bodied like I've never been bodied before. The kind of body that like I'm not playing a match, you know. And I'm like, I can't even figure out. And Tekken's really bad with it because like there's so many fucking normals, right? Like I got beat on every interaction. Right?
Why did I even describe it then? I described it because I wanted to mention the fact that it's not that the answer does not exist. It's that you get to it in an older, more time-consuming way.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when you talked about how difficult things used to be in Monster Hunter before Worlds came out.
Oh, you have no idea.
That's why it's to address the fact that there is a way, and these are the steps I'm walking you through because I happen to have knowledge in this genre, what the version of this looks like in this side of things, right? So now
I would like to take this in a slightly different direction.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there are, I can see in our chat, and I knew there would be, some Dota fans who are like, but what about Dota 2? Well, in preparation for this discussion about Blitz and the infrastructure, I installed and loaded up Dota 2, which does have a similar tutorial to League where it's like, here's how lanes work, here's how buttons work, etc., right? Dota does not have a blitz.gg equivalent, but what it does have, because it's a Valve game, right, it's integrated completely with Steam, it has a lot of other weird learning shit. So normally you'd go to Mobifier or, some website, the Event Hub's equivalent for your MOBA, and go, I want to learn about such and such character, and you'll go in there, and people have written 10 guides, right? Blah, 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 blah. In Dota, when people write guides for Dota characters, they're in the client. You go to the training option, and you pick a character, and then every guide by date and popularity shows up. And you click on it, and it's there. And it is a long text guide with pictures and shit. And Valve, or the developers behind it, made a basics one for every single character, including a suggested buy order. That's really cool.
Yeah.
In addition, there is apparently, people are telling me, a coaching mode.
Yes.
In which
That was
Pros will literally go in your game with you.
Yep.
And
That's
tell
super
you
good.
like you're a dumb baby.
That's a super good thing.
That's crazy.
We talked about that when it first got announced.
Yeah.
And like I continue to lavish praises on that coaching mode. That is genius.
Now,
when you asked me like whatever, like, oh, when are you gonna jump on League or whatever, like I had half of mine to reply, I'm more of a Dota guy.
yeah.
That would have been the reply had I not decided to completely sandbag it.
On the other hand, when I played around in the training mode for Dota, just to move character around, I was blown away at just why there's so much in-game help options, because that game seems like mechanics just to have them. There's a day-night cycle. I asked a friend of mine, why the fuck is there a day-night cycle? And he says, do you want the historical answer or do you want the gameplay answer? And I went, how about both? And he goes, well, when Dota was a Warcraft 3 mod, no one could figure out how to turn off the day-night cycle on the Warcraft 3 maps. So that's why Dota has a day-night cycle. The current gameplay reason is because there is a hero called Night Stalker that has extra powers during the nighttime. So you gotta have... And it's like... That mechanic exists just to exist.
And there's also Blade.
And there's also the you can't see high up if you're on the low ground, and you got to last hit your own. And it's just mechanics just to have them. On the flip side, you get to do all sorts of weird and crazy shit. But I'm going to be playing League for the time being. Maybe I'll go to Dota later once I get tired.
Another aspect that comes to mind is just how easy it was over these years to get lost in the weeds in terms of like, nah, man, new players need this feature.
Yeah.
New players need that. And like how many times games have come, like, especially the way they end. Like if you go to literally any Western developed fighting game at the end of its life cycle of the last 5 years or so,
Yeah.
like throw a dart and you're probably going to land on one that had a ton of really cool things to help new players that no one else used or brought forward, right? Killer Instinct, Skullgirls, a lot of these. Whoa, hey.
Sorry, everyone. That was a mistake.
You know, there's a ton of these things that did exist. And even if you want to go back to the fucking Virtua Fighter tutorial in Evo.
Yeah.
Right? We always talk about how great that was. We always talk about how awesome the situational stuff in Unist was. Exerd shows you about character-specific things and goes, Venom does this a bunch of times. When you're fighting against Venom, learn how to do that so you don't eat it.
So,
right? And like, it's all there in these different places, right? And like, when it's not there, you go, man, I would love it if it was there.
Yeah.
But I think there's always something else that holds it back. And
Yes.
and that is now we're talking about online.
Which is the point I was actually going to get to next, which is there is something about...
So let's not get lost in the weeds on these little features.
So there's two things about online.
Yeah.
One of which we knew about, one of which I didn't quite realize. Number one, how many games did I disconnect during League? 0.
Yep.
How many games did I have latency issues? 0.
Yeah, thanks, Japan.
How many times did I think about online and in terms of connection or latency at all?
Yep.
Ever? 0. It's like, whatever. Who gives a shit?
Yep.
It is a non-issue. The only thing I ran into is when people are...
Riot is not a Japanese company.
The only thing that I ran into is there are a couple
they
of
might
people
fart in your face.
that when we got into a match and like the character they picked got banned, they
Yeah.
would leave, so the game would end and you go back into the queue for a minute or two.
Right.
Right? The queue, you know the thing that said, first of all, man, you know what every fucking fighting game needs? It needs a average time to queue timer on the screen. Like,
Rising
hey,
Thunder.
the wait time, the wait time is approximately 3 minutes for your next match.
Yep.
Sure enough, at 2:55 or 3:10 or whatever the fuck, I at least get into the lobby, right? So that
Yeah, guys, still talking about League. When Pat cracks the fucking can open on this, you can't expect it to
can't.
wrap
Come
up
on.
in, like, in
come
in
on,
an
come
hour.
on.
There's gonna be a lot of League.
But also this is also about fighting games, so think about it.
No, it's about MOBAs, but like,
So there's that.
don't expect that to not fucking
right?
just
So
quick wrap up.
online being good, shooters nailed it, MOBAs nailed it, fighting games didn't nail it. It's a deal. Number 2, and this is a much bigger deal. Counter-Strike match, what, 10, 15 minutes? Fucking League match, 30 to an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing with Dota.
Yep, the 39-minute mistake.
Right? Fighting game match,
2 minutes.
tops. Right? But they all have the same wait time. When I sat there and played Street Fighter V on stream last year, I spent just as much time waiting for matches as I did playing matches. When I played League all Saturday night, like 5% of the time I was playing was me not playing the game. It's a big fucking deal, the amount of time you wait in between matches, because people are fucking cowards and they won't rematch you.
Pat, I'm waiting for the day where the fighting game comes out with the perfect online, the perfect hand holding, the coach mode, all the tutorials, all the mini things that we just described.
Yeah.
For it to drop and everyone to still hate it, so I can finally just shuffle off
die.
this mortal coil. Because it in the end won't matter. Because at the end, no matter what features and no matter how much great or not great, there's going to be just something on that gameplay that says fuck that, and it's gone. So it's like, no, it's just fighting games, bro.
And that's where that's where I come to my
so let me die.
Final realization.
Just let me die.
Right? What do fighting games need to become the thing, right? And what they need
is to not be fighting games.
Is to last longer than 5 years and have initial populations of millions of people. League is 10 million. Sorry, Dota's 10 million. League is 80. Fortnite's 240. When I was looking at Revelator matches, I saw, there's 2,000 people playing right now.
How can we get everyone to embrace Dance Dance Revolution? How can we push that to the forefront? Get it. Tetris 99 has really good netcode.
Yeah.
How can we get everybody to play Tetris 99 more than any other game? The netcode's solid. They give you tips.
Yeah.
Like I think there's going to also be, I'm being snarky, but I think there's also going to be a part of this, which is just there's a genre appeal limit.
Well, this is where I'm going with it. Now that I've gotten a hold of
it's okay,
the League bug, and I see how it works. And the documentation I talk about and a program invented, that program only exists because 80 million people play this fucking game, right? And there's a coaching circuit that I'm talking to a League coach, a guy who watched my stream, just chatting with him. He's like, hey, check this out. It's a website. Hey, you want to pay $76 an hour to have somebody coach you in League of Legends in your university? Right? It's the network is enormous, right? And it's only gonna, it being free helps. Games that are free do well.
So, and this is where it's like, what you can do. You're not gonna like your giant audience is actually if your game is like addressing what everybody wants, going to be a collection of different circles.
Yeah.
Right. So a bunch of people are playing your the Jesus game, the Jesus fighting game, right? The Savior.
Yes.
Right. Savior, the fucking whatever. Right. Perfect Fighter.
Battle of the Gods.
Perfect Fighter. Right. The reason why Perfect Fighter is popping off, why are you playing it? Because anime titties, perfect.
Got it.
Amazing netcode, perfect. Coaching mode, handheld, yes, all right. Team-based complexity, loving that. I can play with my friends. It's a good hangout game on Friday nights. That's great. It's got guest characters I care about. That's super rad too. There's a campaign, a story that's really well detailed, so you can get like you're gonna be hitting the number one button for a lot of people, but that number one is gonna be a different thing across the board.
So, like, we've talked a lot about Guilty Gear and how Guilty Gear is doing great things for fighting games. The number one thing for any fighting game is going to be audience and netcode. And by that token, the League fighting game is by far the best shot, air quotes, at fighting games really, really hitting the mainstream. That game will be free for sure. It will have... It will literally, I bet, they're making like 5 different League games. I bet they're all going to go live in the same client launcher kind of thing. So it'll just be a button click away of the thing that many people play already. Hey, look, you want to play as Darius? You like Darius on top, right? He's cool. He's got a grab move in the air. He was the axe guy you saw in the trailer. You like Ari, the fox girl? Oh, she got... Right? It'll have the cannons. If that game doesn't have the best fucking net code ever... I don't.
They're making it.
I don't know what to even do.
No, you throw the baby out with the bathwater.
It's done. It's over. Right?
Baby out down the drain.
If like
100%.
Because I mean, Rising Thunder's netcode was top tier right away.
They made GGPO.
Yeah, I know. So if they can't do it, they're fucked. I guess
No one can. Yeah.
So yeah, that game's gonna be the shot.
Maybe,
nothing else.
Maybe, right? You know, there's always going to be people that also make the mistake, the fallacy of pretending that if I spend more time on this game than you, that I'm not going to automatically be better in many cases.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Right? There's the part where, you know, to quote Keats in a recent tweet, the lesson from Dive Kick was no matter how simple the game mechanics are, somebody who takes the time to perfect them,
killers are going to be killers,
will still win way more often than the person who didn't. You can't stop that. You can't nerf that. That's a person who is taking the facts in front of them and streamlining them. You
know what I'm thinking of is like the thing I'm most excited about for that League fighting game. It's going to be around for a long time. But like I think back to like Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5. Like, could you imagine what Street Fighter 4 would have been like if it had just kept going? Like, instead of Street Fighter 5, it was, hey, we're gonna remix we're gonna tweak it a little bit. We're gonna completely overhaul the look. Or hey, here's a new thing. We're gonna tone down these characters. You know, like if it literally just kept going for 10 years, there's a lot of inertia on stuff like this. Wow, look at WoW for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
The amount of inertia WoW has, because when people think of MMO, they just think, well, World of Warcraft, right? And that League game's, they're probably going to force it to be around for a long time, no matter how well it does.
There ends up always being, though, the like inner circle of like people that are sick of the thing.
Yeah.
That played it the most.
Yeah.
That are also, and then there's also the fact that I remember when Ono was saying, we don't want to go beyond Super Street Fighter 4.
I do.
Because we remember the days of Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
And that's what scared everyone away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like, some people live for the updates. Some people, like, that don't play as often never want to hear from them again.
I would have been happy to have Third Strike go another 10 years.
I mean, a lot of people would. But then the people that want to get in on year 9 don't.
No. You know what they do? They buy a coach, or they download thirdstrike.gg.
It's almost an impossible solution. It's almost impossible, right? You want people who have spent time to feel good because their time has been worth something.
But
also for someone who has not spent the time to not feel like they're worth nothing.
It's a whole lot of complicated factors. Like, take for me, I'm starting League in year 10. Right? That should mean that I'm going to get blown up constantly. But because 80 million people play that game, there's like 2 million bads I could get matched up with. Just bads. Just morons. And I know that I matched up with them because I crushed some people in game like 2 and 3 and shit. And I'm like, I shouldn't be winning. What the fuck is wrong with you, dumbass? Well, the fighters, I mean, the longer they go on, the population dips and dips and dips and dips, and then there's just killers. You need bads. You need so many people playing that there is an ocean of bads to swim in.
And you will always float above someone else.
You will always float above somebody else. So yeah, I'm enjoying League. To the people who are upset that I'm playing League because you don't want to get re-addicted, you should really not play League if that is how you look at any particular game.
And every time
try and relax, bro.
Every time this discussion is had too, like in as much as I care, there is a virtue in being one of the folks that is just like, hey man, just let things be what they are, you know? And
What do you mean exactly?
I mean, to the folks that are like, just stop comparing fighting games to other things and just let FGC be FGC.
Nah.
And there's something to that. There's something to that because it's very dissatisfying over a long period of time to constantly have this, how do we,
Well, yeah.
you know, especially when you don't have the gears in your hands to make those things happen.
I don't know. This sounds like loser talk.
No, it's the fine line between things that exist that companies that make these games should be doing, and like things that almost like quote unquote betray the nature of what your game is to begin with.
Yeah.
You know?
Taking it back to fighters, like
I don't know if that makes sense.
I
I'm trying to
can't
articulate a point,
overstate how big of it. Like I've been thinking about it more and more, and I see people on my timeline talking about
Yeah.
Guilty Gears Online.
Yeah.
I will become crest fucking fallen if they announce they're not going to use GGPO, because I might as like, dude. I played Revelator. I played Tekken. I played
Like there's
something else over the past week that were all Japanese fighting games. I can't even remember, right? And all of them were fucking miserable experiences because I could feel delay. It took me forever to get into matches. The matches lasted 40 fucking seconds. It sucked. And it was a bad experience.
I was gonna say too that like, I don't know, like, was there any part of those games, those sets you did where you were like, fuck yeah, Potemkin?
No.
Yeah. Right? That's not good. Like, part of why I want to play these games is to have that feeling, and I always have that to some degree.
It took me
with the characters that I love, and that's why I love the characters, because I'm like, when I'm getting crushed, right, in Exerd, I'm still like, fuck yeah, Baiken though, right? Can I get this in there? Can I get that going a little bit? Like, that's just kind of a little, there's some enjoyment I'm getting.
I need to break down just how bad it was to try and get into a match for me for Revelator on PC. I hit ranked. I waited for about 10 minutes. Nothing. So that's not going to happen. Went into player matches. And ArcSys decides that they want to have their little arcade system set up. So I went and stood in line behind two people having a match. And then they rematched each other 10 times. And then I just...
Yeah, that's not the... Standing behind the line doesn't seem to... No. It's more about, like, sitting down on a cabinet.
Yeah, so I went and sat down on a cabinet, and eventually one guy left, and then the other guy came over. The process to get, like, 2 matches took almost an hour. And it was like... And the matches suck.
Did you do the non-lobby version?
I don't even know there is a non-lobby version.
There's one that just searches.
The ranked one?
It just searches and matches you up.
Yeah, it didn't. It wouldn't match me up with anything.
Okay.
So it's like...
Yeah.
Like that was the moment. Like, I played a game of Tekken and I got into 2 matches relatively fast, and they got blown up, and then I went to Revelator and did that, and that was like the bad taste in my mouth of like, I think I'm gonna put fighting games on the shelf until fucking Grand Blue comes out, because Grand Blue will be new and hot.
I mean, there's certainly other games that don't have that bad online, but like at the end of the day,
I want to play Mortal Kombat.
No, you don't.
I don't. It's like, so yeah, now I'm putting my eggs in that League fighting game basket.
Big Bad's pretty cool.
Big Band's sick as fuck.
Yeah.
I saw you got duded the other day.
I got duded. It was fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's my week. I played a bunch of League.
Yeah. Put games on the shelf, not genres. That's that's kind of what I'm trying to...
No, I'm putting fighting games on the shelf until the new one that comes out that'll have a large population and hopefully decent online.
No.
And then I'll probably play it for a couple weeks, and they got really sick. Like, I played a lot of DBFZ online when it started, and that was fucking miserable, because the online was pretty good. I didn't have much delay. But waiting 5 minutes... Well, I'm just saying from the matches
you didn't have problems, yeah.
I didn't have problems.
I hear that.
Waiting 5 minutes for a 3-minute match that someone disconnects at the end of just kills my fucking desire to play that game at all.
Yeah.
Like that is like people talk about how fucking toxic they get in League and how much of a bummer it is to see. No, I don't think anything's as fucking bad as like having your match negated near the end, like negated, and then having to wait for 5 minutes for another one. It sucks, man.
Yeah, yeah, like someone just said, like, yo, play Punch Planet. It's like, yeah, Punch Planet's fucking sick, but like, what are you gonna do? Like, force it into people's hands? How do you get people to go like, yo, go play this game? It's really good.
One thing that I didn't mention: playing with your friends is fun. People like to play with their friends.
So that thing you were talking about of like 0 to competency,
yeah,
like, I was trying to think of like, the most extreme version of that, and it's like, Soul Calibur takes seconds.
Oh yeah, Soul Calibur's fast.
Seconds to understand.
Well, you look at the character and you immediately know what their range is.
Well, not just that, but like you start pressing buttons and holding directions, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, and like that's my block, got it.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm small and fast. He's big and slow. He's got long reach.
If you put your hand on the controller, you're in. That's all it takes. There's no other, you know, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's a million other things there. And, you know, Soul Calibur has problems. But, like, each of these individual pieces helps a bit.
Yeah.
Helps a bit, but it never seems to, like, push it over the edge.
Yeah.
And League Fighter is gonna prove a lot
one way or the other
about these theories.
Yeah.
Right? It's gonna put a lot to the test.
It's gonna be the biggest fighting game to ever have the free push for sure.
Maybe.
Oh come on.
Who knows, dude?
It'll be free.
I hope so.
Their whole business model for all their games is that they're free.
All of their games are free?
All of their games.
Okay, then fine.
There are 2 games in the fucking client right now.
Okay.
There's League
and
there's the auto chess game.
If it's what they always do, then yeah, all right. And free and good ass online and characters
more
that people
popular
care
than
about.
Street Fighter.
Yep.
Which makes me want to die.
Yeah, this is a big ass test, right? And execution is going to be at the lowest it could possibly be.
Yeah.
It'll be pure decision making versus decision making. But what will be the thing? Will it be enough? What's up? I don't know. I'm optimistic. I'm pessimistic. I'm cautious.
I'm both. Yeah, I'm very optimistic and I'm very pessimistic.
I'm everything, you know?
And there's also a really weird thing when you play League in that every time you hit a match, you're like, Riot's fucking evil. They're bad.
Did anyone fart into their microphone while you were playing?
No.
No one tried to fart in your face via... No? Okay.
No.
Yeah. There's that part of it.
Yeah, they're fucking evil. And then I'm like, I can't go down this road because they're all evil.
Radiant's good people.
For now.
Doing some cool stuff.
For now.
Everything.
Until Seth Killian turns into S-Kill.
Pat,
but that'd be cool if we could do the teleport.
We're good people for now.
Yeah. For now.
Buy a shirt.
Please buy a shirt. That's it. If you want to see me streaming some games, you can check me out at twitch.tv/angriestpat. Schedule for this week is going to be FF7, Observer, Pathologic 2, and one game of League of Legends on the weekend, which I was recently told that was very brave, which I was confused by until somebody explained that is because children are home from school on weekends, which means that it is flooded with more bads, which I'm actually kind of excited for. It's twitch.tv/angriestpat. Hey, Woolie.
Sponsors.
What's up with your sponsors? Our sponsors.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Columbia College Truition. With Truition at Columbia College, your education is one low price, no fees, no book costs, no surprises, no reason to play games with getting your education. Truition lets you budget for the true cost of college. All fees have been eliminated from the application to graduation, and there's e-textbooks provided at no charge, where you can highlight important sections and add personal notes to the material, or convert e-text to audiobooks so you can listen to the content on the go. Truition is for all undergraduates and graduate students taking classes online or in any of the 30-plus locations in the evening. Columbia College was founded in 1851.
That's old!
That's really old. They've been accredited for more than 100 years. 8-week classes are held year-round so you can earn a degree quickly. And their mission is to improve lives by making college affordable. That's the truth. That's Truition. So you can apply today at mytruition.com/superbeast. That's mytruition.com/superbeast. Thanks, Columbia College.
Thanks, Columbia College.
Podcast also sponsored by cookies, brah.
Oh, dude.
Fucking cookies.
Give me the cookies right now.
End of the year.
You know I like cookies.
You always want cookies.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I mean, what you gonna? It's just
Cookie Monster was legit my favorite of all the Sesame Street characters.
The addiction, like Avatar
Metaphor.
Yeah. Look, it's December. You've been thinking or not thinking about what you want to get for people that you love. Fortunately, Mrs. Fields cookies are there on your behalf. Who hates cookies? No one.
Jealous
no
people.
one hates cookies. They're delicious.
The only people who hate cookies are those who don't have cookies right now when you have cookies.
That's it. And then sometimes there's some people who just are like, man, like, I wish I could have cookies all the time, but I feel like I shouldn't.
Which you shouldn't have cookies all the time.
But you should have cookies.
You should have cookies every now and then.
There's I can't believe we even are like being like, yo, you should go buy cookies, because it's like, yeah, that's what your brain says. I think
it's silly that we're doing ad for cookies.
They're just
cookies sell themselves.
What are you doing not buying cookies? Okay, so quite frankly, right around now is the perfect time to go get yourself some Mrs. Fields cookies, founded by Debbie Fields 40 years ago, with the gooey chocolate chip cookies, you know, the melt in your mouth brownies, all the baked goods that you can fill into a basket and hand to your loved ones and eat for yourself, because as soon as they open it up, you're going to get in there.
Hey, listen.
Yep.
It's December. You know what December means? Everybody expects you to gain a pound or two.
You're allowed.
So you know what? Who gives a fuck? Just eat some cookies.
What do you want? What do you want that pound to be out of? Like some other gross
turkey?
Garbage? Boo.
Cranberry sauce?
Cookie.
Who gives a shit?
Get the cookie. And if you're ordering as a gift, you can even add a personal custom message, company logo, or family photo, so that people can see you before the cookies
and after the cookies.
And then after the cookies. So hey, if you want to get 20% off your entire order, go to mrsfields.com and enter the promo code SUPERBEAST, and you'll get 20% off any gift, the gift of cookies, by going to mrsfields.com and entering promo code SUPERBEAST. That's mrsfields.com, promo code SUPERBEAST. Guess what? Cookies are on the way. In the air, then on the ground, straight to you. I can't believe it, but thanks, Mrs. Fields, and thanks, cookies.
Thank you.
Eat cookies.
You excuse me just 1 second. I have to use the restroom.
While you do that, allow me to cover our third sponsor of the podcast today is HoneyBook. If you've started your own business, you have no boss, you are the boss, you are in charge, you know what to do, you know how to, oh, Jesus, what's that? Oh, God, it gets complicated. It gets hard. There's stuff that pops up that you didn't think about, and suddenly, before you know it, you got emails and papers and all kinds of nonsense that it's just like, what am I even looking at? How do I do the business? Well, HoneyBook is perfect for you if you have started your business and you need something to handle accounting, marketing, managing, creative direction, executive assistance. All these titles, all these things are there for you with HoneyBook. It's an online business management tool that organizes your communications, bookings, contracts, invoices in one place. Perfect if you're a freelancer, an entrepreneur, or a small business owner, and you want to consolidate all those services, especially if you already use things like QuickBooks, Google Suite, Excel, or MailChimp. So with HoneyBook, you can automate your busy work. You can have an easy-to-use template for emails, proposals, brochures, invoices. It's all there in one place, and they have e-signatures and built-in automation, so you save time. You save time, and time is money, so you get paid faster, and that's the good. That makes you a good boss and a good CEO, and you're doing the good business by saving time and making the money. You can save time and make the money right now and get 50% off when you visit honeybook.com/superbeast. Payment is flexible, and this promotion applies whether you pay monthly or annually at honeybook.com/superbeast. That's 50% off your first year at honeybook.com/superbeast. Thank you, Honeybook.
Thank you, Honeybook.
Yeah. So, my stuff was pretty varied.
You got in a Dota? That's crazy.
Yeah, you wish.
I don't. Dota's for nerds. Hey. Man, that rivalry is fucking dank. It's weird. It's not kind.
People are pretty aggressive about one way or the other.
It's not like King of Fighters and Street Fighter back in the day.
Mm-hmm. That amicable rivalry where they were drawing and making characters designed to make fun of the other company.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so what did I do? Well, for one thing, I played some Skullgirls live on stream.
Get out!
It was a lot of fun. Me and Reggie sat down. We got into fighting games for fun. And cracked that shell open, cleaned it out. And it was really fun to just go back to it. And pressing buttons in that game is a really enjoyable thing.
I agree.
Right, satisfying, nice impact to everything, and just
fancy animation.
Really feels good. Lots of little fun jibes going back and forth, and even the dated memes. Icon has cheeseburger, ever present. Om nom noms, But we definitely, we had a good time, just like introducing Reggie to like, oh yo, check out this color reference.
Oh, Reggie's not as familiar?
Yeah. He only played the first version of the game way back when.
Oh, that's a million years ago.
Exactly. So he hasn't seen all the amazing things that have come since. And there's so much cool stuff and so much in terms of quality of life.
It's a shame that game isn't good enough to be featured at EVO.
Yeah.
Every time a new game gets announced for EVO, it actually, I don't even care, and it hurts my feeling.
Well, it's a wonderful thing that it continues to get a great spotlight at many other tournaments throughout the year, like CE Otaku and the Cabo Breaker and tons of other great tournaments.
Hey, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. I don't mean to drag it back, but it is about EVO. Mm-hmm. Now that the Cannons and Mr. Killian are going to be working on their own fighting game, as well as running Evolution, the biggest fighting game tournament, do you not see that there may, in fact, be a conflict of interest there in terms of the lineup and what gets what spot?
Possibly. That'll be a very interesting announcement Mr. Wizard has to make when the time comes. The player base problem certainly is not going to be an issue. There will be enough people.
It's taking the number one spot over at what? Really? It hasn't come out yet, and you're telling us it's going to be the finals?
Sam Show.
Yeah.
BB Tag. We've been over this.
It'll be fun to see.
It'll be very interesting. Will there be a Unist equivalent at the time that can be the people's champion to sort of like be like here, you guys get this?
Yes, and that will be Unist.
Uniclear.
Or Uniclear or whatever.
Possibly. Whatever French bread's up to. Yeah.
Unist is the token fighty, gamey, indie support.
Some may say that if you create the party, you get to enjoy the fruits.
Yeah. Wait, what? What?
You get to enjoy a little bit of everyone's plates. And, you get to taste all the food first.
This feels weird.
It's like I made the party, you brought the food to my place.
I get to have a sample of everybody's potluck before.
I get the first slice. Allow me to wet my beak.
You know, I actually don't necessarily disagree with that.
Some may say that they get the first call, you know?
I mean, they did put the time in. If they're going to make a fighting game, why not? You know what I don't want?
Evo supports Prima Nocta.
You know what I don't want? I would really like it if they came out and they were just straight up, we believe in this. Mm-hmm. Like, we think it deserves the spot because we made it. Right? And just straightforward. That would be good. What would not be good is to try and obfuscate it and be like, it's got a lot of like, you know, anything but the obvious reason. Because that'll be a lie.
Well, that's the problem that I still have about the Skullgirl situation.
Yeah.
And that'll always be the blemish.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And I think the like there were answers that were still vague but not like things that you can't challenge, such as popularity was never the determining
be
factor.
All end all, no.
Right?
Yeah.
So what is? Well, as long as you don't define what is, then it could be anything.
It could be anything.
We can say what it's not.
It could be whatever the fuck I feel like.
Exactly. And that is extremely hard to argue with.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, what are you LPing? Whatever the fuck I want? What are you going to say to that?
Well, you should do this instead. And you go, nah.
Right? So, yeah. That'll always be there. But really, it is true, though, that, like, you know, there's a lot of tournaments that are not Evo that are very, very cool. And it's just like, I think a lot of people that are passionate about games that, like, didn't get one of those 9 slots.
Yeah.
Instead of, like, you can spend your time moaning it, or you can just be like, yo, go to Combo Breaker.
Or we're going to make our own tournament.
Go to CEO. Go to
Blackjack.
Yeah.
Hookers.
Absolutely. No, 100%. And guess what? Blackjack and hookers at a tournament is a great time.
Except Evo already has blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. So did Canada Cup. It was no. But there's a lot of great tournaments out there that you can go to if you care about the game. And like it's looking at things in that, like, well, it sucks that you didn't get this spotlight, but like let's just really enjoy this one over here. Smashers have been doing that for years, right? Go ahead.
Leffen's a bitch.
Okay, well, I thought you had something cleverer than that.
Oh, have you seen his little tantrum?
No.
Dude's winning ultimate tournaments and then going on Twitter and screaming into the void about how miserable he is and how much he hates playing ultimate. Okay. And it's like, wow, bro. You seem like an asshole. And a bitch. All right, now I'm done. You know who's the best Smash player in the community ever? Zero. That dude's chill as fuck. Because he fucking won all those Smash Ultimate tournaments and went, yeah, I'm the best. And now he just streams dumb bullshit like Sonic Adventure. And he's a pretty good fucking streamer too. He's pretty funny.
Okay. That hot Smash take was brought to you by fucking nothing. We got...
And they smell!
Stream. We got to also stream Them's Fighting Herds and go into that again. And that's such a good time. And remember how I talked about the salt mines? Got to get those... Is chat reacting in a way that you're finding appropriate?
No. I'm getting blown up. Okay. That's okay.
Cool. All right. So remember Them's Fighting Herds?
I do.
Remember the
salt mines? I do.
It was so fun. And I was mistaken. I think I originally thought that was like an 8-player group thing where you go in together. It is not limited. Everyone on the server can go into the salt mines and play together. So you can do assault mines like we did on stream.
How big does that get?
I think we were like 25 people.
Okay.
Maybe. So you just all go in and you're like, yo, let's do a run. And you can jump in when a game has already started.
It's a mess.
It's great. It's so great, you know? And people jumping into that stream midway through, they're like, yeah, this is get into fighting games for fun, right? Yeah. And you see me as a little horse on a fucking Zelda overworld buying hats and trying out my new hats. And I put on a Zeppeli I put on a Zeppeli hat with the diamonds on it after checking out the Soul Bad Guy hair.
Yeah.
And then I went in and then fucking was mining for salt. And then I was mining for salt and getting into fights. And each of the fights with the little beasts in the little that you have, they're all teaching you a thing. Like one guy does overheads. Got to block that overhead.
Oh, that's cool.
And beat him. And then the other one's gonna do like a throw, and then you got to do. So there's stuff with that, right? If for those who missed it, Them's Fighting Herds is the fighting game that was originally supposed to be My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic,
and then Hasbro was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that shit,"
and it got turned into its own thing with help from the creator of My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. So now it's like a completely separate IP, and it looks like a really cool fighting game. We played it on the old channel, and they have one of the best, funnest online modes I've seen in a fighting game recently, which is everyone plays an asymmetrical like game where you drop into these mines and you have to fight these NPC like beasts and mine for salt, and then as the rounds come to a close, the enemies get harder, and then you get like you can like fight over chests that have rewards in them, and then the person with the most at the end turns into the bear, and then it becomes a full-on Freddy versus the kids, or Jason versus the kids,
whichever that happens.
The bear versus the kids, and you are running around as a bear, and all the other players can't see shit. You got a small vision cone in the dark, and the bear has a full screen and can sniff you down.
Did you get to be the bear?
I didn't get to be the bear. I got fucking mauled, bro. It was terrifying. It was super scary. The name of the game is Them's Fighting Herds. It's really fun.
You ever have that moment where somebody's talking and your brain just gets overpowered by like a dumb meme?
Sure.
Like, so as soon as we said like Hasbro was like, nah, right? I had this vision in my head of like Blazing Saddles, and
it's a good movie,
and you just paste the pony people heads on the guys in the bar, and they go, forget about that shit, here comes Hasbro.
Yep.
And then he punches the horse.
Yep.
And I'm like, I wish I had the skills to make that, but I don't.
Here comes Mongo.
Dude, I remember when you just said that like 5 years ago, and I just started to fucking lose it. It's the fucking best part of that movie. Guys talking about taxes and shit.
There's a lot of good parts to that
Forget about that shit.
Here comes Mongo. Yeah.
Remember I asked you...
I'm a fan of many parts.
I remember asking you, what is the guy talking about? And he goes, I don't know, some bullshit. It doesn't matter.
I like I'm So Tired. I'm So Tired is great.
Yeah, I'm So Tired is great.
Where the white woman at? So anyway, that was really fun. And that's a really mechanically, like, so there's some fun stuff with that game too, where it's like, okay, it's alright, it's a 4-button game, right? You have light, medium, hard, and then magic.
What's it like playing a game that's all footsies?
Yeah. And then there's the way the supers work, where you've got you got a level 1 super, and instead of a level 3, what's up?
I'm so stupid. I can't stop laughing at the bad joke I made.
Instead of a hoofies?
Hoofsies.
Hoofsies.
Oh, hoofsies.
Hoofsies. You don't want to play Hoofsies? You know what Hoofsies looks like? Hoofsies looks like the stuff that Django was doing on his horse at the end of the movie. When Django Unchained, when he's on his horse and he's making it do all these like crazy high stepping tricks and putting the foot up and then and spinning around. That's it. That's what Hoofsies looks like to me. That's my brain on Hoofsies. I want to see the hitboxes on that. Anyway, you have light, medium, heavy, and then you have the magic button and stuff. And then supers do something really fun, which is like instead of doing like a level 1, level 3, it's like level 1, and then while that super's happening, you have another super you do in the middle of that.
Okay.
to like power it up or do whatever your extra effect
Or
is.
change the effect.
Yeah,
or
and I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Right, that's another way of going about it. So yeah, still looking forward to that game. Still stylish.
Wait,
as hell.
it's not technically out?
I mean, you can play it now. It's
Yeah.
totally fine. But like, it's not. There's no big release in the sense that it's like when the console drop happens across the board.
Yeah.
That's the release. When it's physical, when it's out there, everything up to this point is you're playing online in the early access version of the game. So, excuse me. You can check that out as well. Which is going to be, that was on the stream, and that's going to be coming to the channel too. Some great highlights from that Skullgirl stream, which, yeah, the duding occurred.
It's the best super.
It is something only possible in this kind of fighting game, in fighting games, period, where someone can
Play a song so the time stops.
style on you in the most, like... It's like the perfect insult to injury.
Yeah.
It is, I can play a custom musical theme for your bodying before I body you.
It's pretty good. It's pretty okay.
So yeah, that happened and more. You can check that out over on Woolie Versus, of course.
What's it like streaming the LP recordings? I'm curious.
It's interesting. It's different in a lot of ways, and overall, it's better for a lot of reasons. I mean, for one, people can scream at me right away.
I was about to say that's probably the best one.
People can scream at me right away, and I can not acknowledge it,
but change,
but fix the thing.
Yeah.
Right. So you're gonna see a moment or three in Death Stranding where I'm like about to run somewhere or do something, and then just
dead stop.
Let's go here instead.
Yeah,
or like you're running, and then suddenly like, oh, like wait, what was that over there? And then you turn around and run to something off camera.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing over here.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I there's some moments when I was playing it on stream that I didn't acknowledge, but I'm about to set off on this long journey, and then like, I should check my inventory before I go just to make sure I have that item. Oops, I didn't have it. Oh, good thing I remembered.
Yeah. And the thing is, in a game like Indivisible, you're pretty straightforward. Here's your place. Here's where you go. There's the thing.
Yeah.
In a game like Death Stranding, where there's so many
lot of moving parts,
little
yeah.
things to it, and I'm already clearly not doing the best job at internalizing a lot of that stuff. Like, boy, like when me and Reggie pause it, like we just kind of go like, fuck. Like, look at this map. There's all these little things.
Have you figured out, like, hold your thumb on the touchpad and tilt the controller?
Yeah.
To see the topography of the map?
There was a moment where I was like, okay, make the generator for the bike. And I was looking at the PPC.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, where...
Equip the PPC,
What?
then aim it at the floor.
And I'm holding... And then I have the PPC, and then I turn it into a mailbox. And they're like, you idiot, you made a mailbox. I'm like, shit, wait, dismantle that.
No, you don't
What?
get that PPC back.
No, you can dismantle it.
Oh, you get the PPC back?
Yeah. You can. You're fine. But then I'm just like, what? And then it's like, no, okay, you have to do the thing where you turn it.
Bless you.
You build it like a building in
Fortnite.
like a Fortnite, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta get that.
And
Fortnite.
you cycle to the type of thing. But I was just like, oh god, like, I didn't. If it told me how to do that, I didn't remember. And if it didn't tell me how to do that, then I wasn't intuitively going to get there. So that saved a lot of time. So that was nice. Of course, there's a bunch of other things where it's just like, sometimes when you're like, oh, we got to cut here for editing purposes, then it's like, well, everyone just got to sit and watch us go through it, and like, don't worry, in the video it'll be gone, but here's us doing it.
People will appreciate that.
Perhaps they might. They might even catch little secrets in between those moments, but probably not. There's definitely like there's a hard start time and a bit more and a hard finish time, whereas like when we're doing it without streaming, we can just kind of free flow.
Yeah.
And it's especially hard when you're getting to the natural conclusion, right?
Yeah.
So the way you naturally conclude a session when you're LPing is like you finish on the game's last beat.
Yeah.
Right? And you kind of instinctively get to know where this is. Min is very bad at finding where this is.
Boy, is he.
He always, like, there's a point where I'm like, all right, and this is where it would be. And he's like, oh, but then, and I'm like, Min, But yeah, you kind of feel it out, right? There's a way of just kind of going like, yeah, right.
I finished delivering this pizza is a good one for you to remember in the future.
For example, right? But then there's moments where you're like, okay, we have a second stream to go to after this. We've been going 3.5, right? So that's long for a session. For a stream, you can stream for whatever. But in terms of like the time of like, you know, putting this up, right, or getting a session in there, you want to, we try to aim for like that 2.5 to 3, right, range before your brain starts getting kind of goofy, right? And you just get tired. You just need a break.
It's really funny because
need a break. Right?
Was it last one of the days you were streaming? You did both. I got really fucking confused because I started my stream at 3 and you had been streaming since 1.
Yes.
And then I was finishing my stream up at like 7 or 8, and people were like, "Oh, raid Woolie," or Paige was like, "Raid Woolie." I'm like, "Has he been fucking going the whole time?"
Right.
And it's like, "Oh no, wait, you stopped."
I stopped,
and
I took the necessary break and nap, and then came back.
I thought you had gone insane.
Thursdays are intense now.
Yeah.
Right? Because Thursdays are, we have a session to do, and then we have a stream to do. The only difference is now, people used to just see the fighting game stream, but now they're seeing the daytime part of it that I used to do anyway, which is it's a full ass day. You know?
They can all complain more accurately.
So when you get to a part that's like right before a cool thing, like do the Kakashi part, and I'm like, I am dying right now. I know this is cool. I get it. But holy shit, guys, please.
Wait, you will wait now.
It's gotta go for next time. There's a hard time limit before the next thing starts. I can't do this now. Also, I'm starving and I need a nap.
You know what my favorite about that is the people that are honest enough to go, I don't care about that shit.
Well, anyone who wrote like right now, do it though.
Yeah.
Right? If you just wrote "do it though" in all caps, then that
all right.
You're not gonna enjoy it. You won't enjoy what you get, but it'll be there.
Yeah.
But the answer's no.
There's both a cooperative and antagonistic relationship between you and the chat, and it is fascinating.
Yeah, because for example, I finished the fight, and it was where you play. Did you know that there were samurai in Naruto?
Shut up! Shut up, you liar! You're not a liar, are you?
Okay, you know how there's ninjas in Naruto?
I do know that.
The ninjas are the army.
Yeah.
Guess what? There's a navy.
Ugh.
And an Air Force.
What's the Air Force?
And they're out there having their own other fucking life.
That's stupid.
Right? The hidden ninja villages are just the world of ninjas. And the samurais are totally amongst the regular population doing their samurai jobs.
Naruto's fucking stupid.
So there's a cool samurai leader guy that's supposed to be the boss of the samurai, and I'm like, okay, but these ninja wizards are literally gods. What the fuck is this supposed to? What is the cop gonna do? What are you doing, Striker? Joining into this realm.
So what's he do?
And like he does cool sword chakra stuff.
He's got magic too.
But then he has a really rad like sword thing.
Okay,
he Samurai Showdowns
he's
you.
magic.
He Samurai Showdowns you, right? But I missed it because the fight was because the fights towards the wherever I'm at are starting to get more like. At first it was just like mash circle, and now it's like no, you can't keep mashing circle because they are gonna block and throw shit at you. So now you gotta do some more other stuff and vary your gameplay up a little bit. And so I was just like, yeah, let me just beat this guy instead of trying to save up to do the big finish. And then when I saved up to do, and then but I missed landing his big super finish. And then it's like immediately people were like, what the fuck? You just missed the coolest super in the game. So I was like, okay, we'll just cut here and cut back to getting the super after this part. Then fuck. And I was like, I hope it doesn't save after this. And it was a little bit of a this and that and whatever. But anyway, catching all of that in the moment as opposed to, a couple days later when it goes out on YouTube helps. Even though sometimes you got to like pump the brakes and go, wait, everyone get out of the car. What just happened? So yeah, there's things like that you get from it. It does kind of feel it. How do I put this? The part. You know how LPing is tiring?
Yes.
It uses more,
Yep.
right? Because
Paige and I have talked about this. We've described it as the actual physical weight of eyes.
yeah, and in a lot of times, like, so there's times when it's like, I especially learned recently, like, I'm like, silence is okay, right? You don't always have to, right? But like, doing the LP thing, you have to know when to jump in, when to not, and so on and so forth. So your brain is still in LP commentary mode. Your brain is still in processing new game mechanics mode, right? All that tax stuff,
All that
whatever
shit,
we talked about, blah. But then also it's like, but also acknowledge what's happening when people are pointing things out to you, and you can't just minimize it and just be like, no, just going to do this thing. Like, some of that stuff's important. So you're actually paying attention to that as well, while continuing to try and have a conversation about whatever the fuck Reggie's
It's public
talking
speaking
about.
for a living.
So it's adding an extra facet to something that was already pretty challenging.
Yeah, I see a couple people in there being like, I streamed once or twice, or I do tiny streams and I feel exhausted.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're basically superhumans, is what
We
we're
will
saying.
we will always bring up those examples because they're the only times we feel vindicated.
Yeah, Max is a demigod as well. And the reason, hey, Max does giant streams all the time. You know why? Because Max has a lot of practice. He has trained himself up. He is strong. He is skillful.
Yep. He deserves that following. But the the nature of it is things just got a little harder.
Yeah.
The tax just got a little higher, as it were. And I know some people definitely are not a fan, don't want to hear that. I'm not getting praises from Ludwig on my Death Stranding play. That's not going that way.
I'm the world's most perfect Death Stranding player.
So big oofs and woofs, but I'll try. And you know what? My baseline is, it will continue to be as usual. Hey man, I didn't die. We didn't hit a game over screen.
Yeah.
I made it out of that situation. It was a bad situation, but I didn't die.
Yeah.
I succeeded at the game's challenge.
Well, in
Maybe.
In Stranding, luckily, it's actually very difficult to get a game over.
Well, yeah.
I will say, I actually completely forgot, and I want to give a big shout out to Mr.
But I will play less than perfect.
Ludwig Forssell in Death Stranding. You know the little lullaby that fucking Mads sings? That is not an existing lullaby. That is a new song made by Ludwig, and it is great.
Yep. So that's kind of how that stream LP hybrid feeling goes.
It's weird.
It's weird, and I don't recommend
It's a weird life.
taking it on unless you're ready for a lot more.
Unless you're big and strong like us.
Well, yeah, sure. Anyway, played a lot of Teppen, as usual. Continued with that, and continuing to. Now I'm like understanding little moments of like full on like okay. How do I put this? There's moments of like outplaying that are fun to do when you do when the time stops and then and then you stack up a bunch of stuff.
No.
Oh, did you ever touch it?
Nope.
Okay. So
I put my time into League instead.
yeah, that's fine. So what happens is there's the active play where the lines are attacking each other,
Right.
and you put your cards down, and then there's the time stop mode where you do buffs and
All right.
like whatever abilities, right?
Yeah.
Not play.
Not play cards. You're
Cards.
doing your secondary, tertiary shit.
Yes. So in that mode, depending on the cost of what you're trying to do, you can take turns within the stopped time going, I'm going to put a shield on that. And then you're like, well, I'm going to attack that shield.
Yeah, right.
And then I'm going to go, well, then I'm going to move my card and give him a little heal. And then you're like, I'm going to negate that.
All right.
Right? So you do 1, 2, 3, 3. I'm finding some strength in my Nero deck in like doing some fun stuff where somebody will, like some characters, for example, Wesker,
Yeah.
loves to just destroy your card at cost to his life or some other sacrifice, where he'll be like, I can destroy anything you put down.
Ah, like Gul'dan and Hots.
Sure. And then the way that one way of dealing with that is if you have, let's say, Nero, who as a card can flip and become awakened. When the card flips, the destroy like queued up action that was waiting to blow his card up doesn't apply anymore because he's not Nero anymore.
All right.
Right. So anything not Gyarados. Oh God, what's the fucking? And there's a Monster Hunter monster that turns into like a bigger, stronger version of itself.
That's a little vague.
I know. And unfortunately,
is it black and turns gold?
Gravios is the stronger version of it.
Gravios? Then it'd be Basarios.
Okay, right? So yeah.
They got Basarios and Gravios in there?
Super good card.
They suck!
Super good card. Super good card.
Gravios sucks!
Wonderful card. Because you play him, and then when you like put growth points, so that's basically when you when you level it up, it flips and becomes Gravios, right?
Okay.
And anything that's applying to whatever they stacked on top of that card, just like, nope, it's not that card anymore, right? So you just shuffle it off.
Yeah.
And or you can do little things like, I had a really fun interaction where it was one of these stack ups, like, I'm going to blow this card up. And I'm like, I'm going to put a shield on that. You can't blow it up. And they're like, well, then I'm going to drop its attack to nothing. And then I'm like, I'm going to like do something else to defend it. What did I do? I think I put like evolution points, right? And it stacked up like to like 4 or 5 counter
on
things.
one card.
Yeah, until eventually it was just like, oh man, he really wants that card gone, right?
Yeah.
And I was able to very quickly, because you have like, let's say like it's like maybe 15 seconds of this little timer going around the thing. No, it's less than that. It's more like 10 of this little timer going around to like stack your stuff. And I did a very quick mental math moment to go, okay, hold on a second. He's about to do like 8 damage to this card, which will kill it. But if I use this thing that I'm holding on to that I don't want to spend, it's a reset card.
Yeah.
It resets him to his original life. So he goes back to 9, which just enough for him to stay alive. And then all the other little stacked up things occur and my card survives. I'm like, fuck yeah. And so I threw that on there and won that exchange after like a ha-ha, 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 ha-ha. And I was like, that's Yomi Layer 5. Right?
That's pod racing.
That's pod racing. That's Yomi Layer 5 in card game. Right? And I was like, really, I felt good about that moment. I was like, I had a really smart play there, and I had the right card in the pocket for that moment.
All right, so I'm gonna ask the general populace listening to this podcast. Contact me at angriestpat on Twitter. Is Teppen a good one of these to get into? Is there a better one? Because I'm hearing you talk about it. I'm hearing Susie talk about it. Max is playing it. People are playing Teppen. People are having fun with Teppen.
Yeah.
You're having fun with Teppen.
I am.
That's weird.
So I played Chris. It was a Chris card. And Chris resets your stats to what they started as. And sometimes I like to hold that card. Because sometimes motherfuckers will do things like that jury thing I told you about the other day.
Yeah.
Where they're like, we're going to put it all on one.
Yeah.
And this card's going to be unstoppable.
It's going to be the kill card.
Just kill everything.
This is going to be my carry.
Yeah, and then I just throw out Chris. And I'm like, shut up.
Shut up.
Get back to basics.
You don't get to carry this jury.
No, you don't play that. No.
Back to the
right.
Back to bot lane with dragon like you deserve.
So that was a fun moment that I had. I was like, yeah, this is really cool. But then I continued to fucking hold down that A rank. I can't get to champion. I can't do it. Everyone has too much bullshit. Because now because I've gotten good enough to beat everyone who's playing normally that I play against online in terms of just like a straight deck with like a game plan. But like there's these master level fucking plays that are crushing me. And I'm like, oh man, unless I built my entire deck around being ready for that, there's no way I could have dealt with that. I got beaten yesterday by.
It's funny that you mentioned that because set play in card games and fighting games are almost the same.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Like yesterday, I got beaten. Someone was playing Morrigan, and I still don't understand how and why this thing is working. But they basically like they wait for you to fill up your 3 slots so that like you're not taking character damage, right?
Right.
And then they give you a shield. They put a shield on you, on your cards.
All right.
And then they give their cards the ability to fly and attack faster. And for some reason, that their cards end up not attack. It's like ignores block, I think, is what they put on you or on them. And then what it does is it makes their cards like shoot a line that ignores the card in front of it and just hit you directly. You can't pull cards away in this game. Once you lay a card down, it's out till it dies.
That reminds me of Gwent, the Witcher card game. In Gwent, there's one of the factions gets spy cards, and spy cards are fucking busted because what they do is the way Gwent works is your stat. Every card has a number, and whoever has the highest number wins. So you take a card that's like 5. You have like it does 5 damage, and you give it to your opponent. You put it on their deck, and they gain 5 damage. But when you do that, you get to pull 2 more cards.
Yeah, right.
And it's
right.
Yeah, I made you stronger.
Yeah,
but now. Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Wesker has a big thing where like he has revenge and like and death cards that are like, I'm gonna put down a tyrant, right? And then when it dies, it comes back as tyrant type whatever RO whatever, the better version.
Oh, like Scion.
Right? And then that appears and it's like a way harder card to deal with. So it's almost like, please kill this card, I want you to.
It comes back as what, T103?
Yeah, I think so, right? And then it'll and sometimes he'll kill it himself to make that happen.
Yeah.
Or V is really interesting. V is a card, not a character you can use. And what
really? He's a big deal.
Yeah. V is not he's not a character you can use. He's a card.
Oh, I can already feel where this is going.
He has health, but he has his attack is 0, right? He does nothing. But when he comes down, he can drop one of 3 random cards.
Yeah.
And if you get Nightmare, you're getting a giant 13 attack, 13 defense. Holy shit, fuck, the line's coming to get you.
Yeah.
And then he goes away after that one, right? Or you can get the bird, or you can get whatever, like everything else. So little fun things like that coming into play where it's like, oh, that's an interesting way to convert his gameplay style into a card.
Somebody in the chat a few minutes ago said that one of the reasons why this game is so enjoyable is that it is Capcom versus Capcom.
It never stops being Capcom. It never stops being Capcom while you're playing it. And fully just, enjoy the JPEGs.
Yeah.
Enjoy the sliding JPEGs. Ryu and all of his cards, if you're fighting against one, you know what he's trying to do. He's just doing damage to you and nothing fancy.
Hey. Isn't it crazy how you can have a cool card game kind of game on your phone and you can just enjoy it because you enjoy the characters, not because there's tons of porn of them, Fate fans?
But there is tons of porn of them.
Yeah, but that's not the reason. It's because they have good games.
Porn doesn't hurt.
Yeah. It doesn't.
So I'm getting into that part. So now I'm really starting to like fine-tune some bits to see if I can make it further up. I got to A4 and then I dropped back down to A5, because I keep when you fight somebody that's in champion rank, it has a big text that pops up that says giant killer challenge.
Yeah.
And like if you beat them you get 2 rank up points instead of 1. But usually they're Japanese players, and usually they're going to, when the game starts, do nothing and wait to see what you do first.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And wait for like the action points to build up. So like there's a whole style where you're like, well, I guess I should start paying attention to that part of things. I wasn't originally, but here we are. And Teppen is fun.
Teppen is fun. That will be the name of this podcast clip.
Teppen is fun.
Oh no, it'd be Teppen is okay.
And here's the other thing: I haven't spent. I've been getting like the in-game currency to buy new cards and to unlock shit. I'm satisfied with my deck, ish for the most part. It's only little tweaks here and there, so I haven't even used any more. Like I don't even care.
I haven't spent any money on League either.
Like I don't care to go get like if there's a specific type of new card that I want to make things to help things out, I'll go craft it.
Yeah.
Right, to help me.
You'll go dust
but I do not care at all about unlocking packs of new cards.
But what if one of those packs of new cards had the Makoto card?
I got her.
The gold Makoto card.
I got that.
What? Okay, well, you fucking owned my bullshit just now.
There's 2 of them, too.
Yeah.
There's her block card, and then there's her attack card.
You just blew my fucking shit up.
Doesn't even fucking what.
Good job. Good job on it. Good counter.
Okay, and then beyond that, just cool little things. I had a fun little weekend doing some stuff, hanging out with some friends,
I saw some fancy pictures.
Yeah, well, hanging out with friend, I should say.
Yeah.
Went to a little basically a maze for Instagrammers.
Yeah.
It's a maze where every room
creates more influence.
It's literally what it is, and. But Steph found it and thought it would be fun, which it was. So a good time was had. Some photo shoots were improvised, and I will be releasing my influence slowly over the coming whatever. Went to an Archie themed burlesque show. Had a good time.
Say Archie?
Archie?
That's odd. Was Veronica the hottest? Yeah, of course she was.
Fuck no, Jughead.
Really?
Jughead killed it. Jughead was the beast. Goat. Literally, it was probably the best. Jughead was probably the best burlesque performance I've ever seen. And I've seen quite a few.
Did he come out with just a little hat?
Jughead was sitting. Jughead started. Not like everyone comes out. There's a stage, like a little pathway to the stage, and then they do their thing. Jughead started sitting at the bar, just dejected, and spotlight on the bar, finishing that drink oh, is it my time now? Okay, let's fucking do this. And then walks up to the stage, and then a burger bag is on the stage, and then the Beatles, I Want You So Bad, starts playing, and holy fuck.
Did he have sex with that burger, Woolie?
Yes.
I knew it. I knew it.
And then a burger was pulled out of the fucking the cod piece or whatever it was, and amazing job to Jughead.
Are cod pieces
fantastic.
coming back in style?
Well, for the purposes of this burlesque performance, absolutely.
Should I start wearing a cod piece? Write in at what's the email?
No.
CastleSuperBeastMail@gmail.com.
Angriest Pat on Twitter.
No, don't do that.
You can tell him directly how you feel about that.
You can tell me directly at Woolie Wolves on Twitter. I know it's a little odd. That's my Twitter handle.
So yeah. Actually, you know what? No, it wasn't Jughead that was fucking the hamburgers. It was Pops.
I don't even know who that is.
That's the guy who makes the burgers.
I literally don't.
It's the old man.
Okay. So old man fucking burgers.
Old man fucked the burgers.
That's your weekend.
It was part of the show. Jughead was really hot though.
Yeah.
So that was good. That was good. And then there was the part of the weekend that was yo, remember AMVs? Let's fucking watch some. So
I do.
Went down that hole, and I got to go, hey, Steph, you finished Ava now.
You can dive in.
You can now enjoy AMV Hell.
Can she?
Or at the very least, AMV Hell Ava.
Can that
highlights.
Exist outside of its time?
We tried, and there was some good stuff. There's a little compilation that cut just the Ava stuff because I'm you're not gonna get the others, and I'm yeah.
I didn't get most of those when I watched them back in the day.
I got a bunch of them because they're from shit that I was fucking watching everything. When you're in deep, you're I'm watching all the new stuff of the season, deep. Whatever. No, it was you started out with Gendo doing a fucking speech to the German 1940s crowd.
Yeah, I remember that
one. Okay. and then it goes into the Titanic sinking while Asuka picks up the ship and blocks the rockets, and fucking Selena's playing, and you're like, yeah, this is fine. This still works. Still good.
Memes are older than we thought.
Still went into some of the old classics like Tainted Donuts, the Vash Stampede versus.
I'm a big
Cowboy
fan
Bebop.
of Whitney Houston over Vegeta.
No, it's all about Adam's song over Vegeta. I never thought I'd die alone. I laughed the loudest.
Oh man, you
known.
were so deeper than me, man.
Give all my things to
terrible.
all my friends.
Oh, I don't like it.
Who'll never step foot in my room again.
Oh, I hate it.
Dude, the fucking Adam song Vegeta video
so
is that is the core of AMVs, right? Where you build all up to him dying and blowing up and suffering and losing all the fights until he finally has his moment where he stands up at the end and all the voices kick in, and it's a super sad song about this kid writing a suicide note, and it's just like, this Vegeta is pure.
Yeah, Woolie, when's fucking AMV review with Woolie Madden?
I'm working on how to get around the music part.
I was thinking about that.
I literally, the only reason why I haven't already done it is because the music part is fucked.
So I was checking out this guy. Paige pointed me out was Curtis Connor. He's a funny guy. He fucking makes fun of people's TikToks. And his solution to that, when he's like looking at TikToks that have licensed music, he just sings it himself and dubs it over in the shittiest way possible.
Whatever the song is.
So like if you wanted to do what you just like, what the video you're talking about, just do what you just did.
Okay, shut the fuck up. That's pretty good. That's a very acceptable solution.
Just shitty. Just fuck it up.
In fact, that's so acceptable that I'm adding it to my notes. Sing the dumb song.
Just sing it yourself.
Fuck. We're in there. Everybody who hates me every time I sing, too bad.
Too bad. Here it comes.
That's really
You're
good.
welcome. You're welcome,
That's
everyone.
really, really good. That's a satisfactory answer to an ongoing problem. Because holy shit, dude. Like, I already know the rest of Adam's songs, so that's fucking ready to go anyway. But then you get into like, because because I remember because we were watching them and like we were just going down nostalgia lane, you know. But Steph was just like she's like, I don't have context for so much of this. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. Here's the lens you have to look at this through. This is video content made for 13-year-olds by 13-year-olds. And then it's
13 years ago.
And it's like, oh, that's why it's so impressive, you know? So then suddenly you go back and you're watching the Kenshin OVA one with Vast Touched over it. And I'm like, I played this music video for people in my school to teach them about editing.
There was one that I always think of, and it was the winner of its year's AMV contest, and it was This Is Your Life, Dragon Ball.
Okay.
The Fight Club monologue.
Yeah.
It was the most heavily edited thing I've ever seen at that time, and it was incredible.
For me, it was the winner of like every contest it entered at the time. The peak AMV is Razafon Euphoria.
Ugh, I don't even know.
By Imogen Heap of Frou Frou. Right?
I don't even know.
It's amazing. For that, like, made for 13-year-olds by 13-year-olds. You go, like, and I watched it. Yeah, I watched it this weekend. And I'm like, nope, still impressive. Right? Fucking incroyable. You know? And, like, it was literally one of those things where you're like, I was here getting on that tech of, like, we can sync up the song to the beats and then use zooming in and cuts to black to make moments fancy when it goes like on the beat, right? But this thing is like, nah, fuck all that. We're going to build a clock out of scenes from the show and have it rotate while the chorus is singing, and then have little surges of electricity to like match with the backing keyboards. And I'm like, this is wow, right? That was the peak AMV for years. That was the whole thing, right? And everyone who knows what I'm talking about 100% is like, yep, that's the one. Even if you've never seen Razafon, that's the one to go watch, right? Wrong. It's been dethroned.
What?
But it's been dethroned by 2016. Because that's where AMVs stop in my brain. 12 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe longer, right? And then no, way longer than 12 years ago. Holy shit, what am I talking about?
AMV stopped for me back in 2003 when I graduated from high school.
Fuck me. 12 years ago as of when, like, whatever. Just infinity ago. But the new best AMV I've ever seen happened. And I was like, yeah, I was out. And then...
You're back in.
I was introduced... I'm not back in, but I was introduced to something that, like, I was like, this is actually the best. Musically, technically, everything about it.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to find this is to go into YouTube and type Ava space AMV.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, the top result should be the coolest fucking thing.
Just give me the song. What's the song?
Nocturnus? Nope, that's not right. Let me.
Numinous?
Is that what you get?
That's what somebody
Yep,
just said.
that's it. I think that's it. Yep, that should be it. I'll confirm in a half second. It is. Whoop! Ignore that.
Don't do that.
EVA space AMV. Enter. Top result. AMV Numinous 60 frames per second.
Ooh.
This fucking thing takes clips from the rebuilds and it uses machine learning to do the, extra smooth tech where you
interpolation.
You interpolate between the keyframes.
Interpolate these nuts. Damn, got 'em.
Oh, wow.
I just like saying these nuts now. It's fun.
And it makes it and it absolutely it smooths out a bunch of scenes and it uses that for the transitions as well. And it's just a masterwork. It's a fucking masterwork. Like, go click that button and watch it. It's got currently 1.4 mil by Mr. Nosek, and it's just like, okay, this is the power of modern AMVs. But that's no longer by 13-year-olds.
As adults. That used to be 13-year-olds.
Yes. This is what happens when, you look at what the old folks did with their Euphoria frou-frous, and now you see what we can do with the modern day, that was Jimmy.
And anime is terrible. I love anime.
That was Jimi Hendrix, and this is the new kids seeing what they can do with their machine learning. Fucking amazing. So, and I'm looking like 2 down from that, and I'm seeing it's like, okay, the first result is Numinous, right, for Ava. The second result is Bohemian Rhapsody, and the third result is Evangelion AMV. X10 yeah, they were like
Tentacion.
Yeah, you're like, that's where we're at, right?
Isn't that guy a scumbag and also dead?
Yes.
Somebody wanted me to mention something about him to you today.
What?
Hey, remind Woolie, or let Woolie know that the day before he died, he wasted his entire day playing League. And I don't know why they wanted me to tell you that.
Yeah, and the day before that, he was beating up his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that guy.
Well, how'd he die?
He got shot.
Cool.
I mean, people dying isn't cool, but
I don't know, some people.
No, that sucks. But crime sucks. That shit sucks. But
I'll shrug and say cool.
He was also a bad person.
All sorts of people dying.
He was also a bad person.
Paige fucking trolled the fuck out of me by accident, where she's like, "Oh my god, the Queen of England died." And I'm like, "Really? Sick." And then she kept reading the article, and it was like, "Queen of England dies at 93 for being a stupid old bitch." I'm like, "Damn it, that's not a real article at all, is it?"
That's not real.
Fuck.
That's not real. No. Anyway, like sometimes
Queen of England.
Sometimes you're a shitty person, but you're not a shitty person that deserves to be wiped. That's all. But hey, some people dug his music, I guess.
I got fucking trolled.
Yeah. Anyway.
Stupid queen.
How about this? His name was dumb.
It's terrible. Unpronounceable. Death for that.
Yeah, but it let all the girls know that he had a lot of sex, so there's that.
Oh, wow. Oof.
He did it. Hey,
Enjoy your sex in hell, asshole.
Well, anyway.
I don't know. I don't feel bad about speaking ill of the dead. I feel nothing.
I hear you. I get you. You're doing what you're doing. I'm just saying, like, the circumstances leading to, the fact that bullets enter your body are like garbage. Because it's like, can we not have these circumstances? That'd be cool.
You know what? I'm gonna give myself the free pass. I can give it to myself. When I'm dead, feel free to talk all the shit you want, guys. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
But what about the method of your death?
Fuck it. I don't care. I'm dead. Go for it.
David Carradine.
Fucking, I hope so. You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about, say I got cancer or whatever. Oh, my heart's bad. Hey, one last meme for everyone. Just get in that closet, hook myself up, take my pants off. All right, let's go. Let's hit the news. Let's do it. For the lulz.
All right, look.
I remember
what is it? There's gotta like the part where, how do I put this?
Yeah.
Choke jerking must be the
it must be the best.
Like,
it must be the best.
It has to be.
It makes me
next level.
Yeah.
There has to be nothing on earth like it.
Oh, yeah.
Like the feeling of meth through your veins that warms you up
not even
must
close.
be a fucking power gap distant second compared to the choke.
It's got to
jerk.
be the shit.
Because, like...
You're taking some risks. Yeah, you're taking some risks.
Just... To make sense of it, right?
Yeah.
To wrap your head around why you would even venture down this pathway.
It's got to be sick.
It has to be unbelievable.
It's got to be the best. It's got to be the best.
It's the only way to make sense.
Yeah.
Right? It couldn't just be like...
Pretty good.
All right.
Yeah.
A little bit better than usual.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like a 15% bump.
Like, oh, it's like like The Stranger? Like that.
Yeah.
It's a little bit better than A Stranger.
No, it's got to be like, hey, sexy lady, get out of here. I need to go to my choke closet.
I'm going to Chokejerk. Yeah. No.
It has to be that.
It's got to be, hey, multiple sexy ladies.
Yeah.
All of you go away.
Get out.
I'm getting in there.
I'm getting the belt.
Belting up.
Yeah.
Right?
Pull me down if I die.
And here's the other thing is how many
close calls?
Not close calls.
All right, yeah.
How many like discovered
fucking
people were going for the choke jerk?
Yeah.
But ended up actually
Oh no, I didn't get my pants
up.
off in time and now everyone just thought I killed myself.
But for the love of your memory,
yeah.
The family that finds you goes, "Oh, god damn it."
I remember asking you maybe when did David Carradine die jerking off?
Whenever.
I remember when that happened, I turned to you and we were laughing about it like, hey, Woolie, if I ever, and you went, no, I'm taking pictures, I'm dragging you out of there, everyone will know. I'm like, thanks, buddy.
Because
I didn't even get to finish the question.
Because, like, the idea that it's like, well, pants are down, right? You're spitting. Pants are down. It's very clear. And that you'd be like, let me just pull these pants up, button them, zip, and then go, damn it, he took his life.
You know what the ultimate fucking...
And that is the sadder, but more respectable out than you fucked up the choke jerk.
You know what you've inspired me to do?
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate revenge
Mm-hmm.
on your worst enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Find them in an actual suicide, unzip, take the pants off, leave.
That's vindictive.
Suicide note, burnt.
That's vindictive as fuck because that's like their death is not enough.
It's not enough.
You need permanent humiliation and undoing of their memory. Yeah, that's wild. That's extreme.
But what situation are you going to find your worst enemy like hanging themselves in
the
their
one
own
in which
house?
you orchestrated it.
Yeah, okay, I guess. This is a murder mystery that I'm writing. It's called Chokejerk is Not Enough.
I mean, like, it's just, it has to be. It's got to be incredible.
Yeah.
Right? And
Does that make suicide less depressing? If you believe that the family always got there and put their pants back on, and there's actually just an epidemic of chokejerkers out there,
it might be possible.
is that less depressing?
I mean, if you're getting the fake reason, right? If the fake reason that's already depressing ends up being like the cover story,
Yeah.
I don't know.
The world's a weird place.
Okay, and full credit to comedian Big J Okerson for bringing the concept of like, how are we, like, he's like, I got this thing, I want to make it, and I can't believe it hasn't been made yet, and I don't think I'm gonna be rich off of it, but hear me out. It's the belt mechanism thing for the Chokejerk that automatically releases after like 30 seconds if you don't.
Yeah,
press
you know
a
what?
button.
Guess what? People are gonna fucking disable the safeties on that.
But it's like you find a way where you press a button. No, you just press a button to keep it going.
Oh, it's like a dead man switch.
It's a dead switch.
Yeah, guess what, Woolie?
Right? It's about the continued.
Yeah, I have bad news for you. You know, in
Negative edge.
You know, in Star Trek, where people want to get their real murder nut off, they turn off the safety shit on the holodeck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people are gonna disable that for extra thrill. Yo, I got a modified one. It's not safe.
It's not a perfect solution, but it will minimize the dumb versions of your
maybe.
The dumb exits will be minimized, and the ones who are super into it, well,
Yeah.
happy trails.
This brings a new meaning to negative edge.
Happy trails to those, but at the very literally, yeah, that's good. That's good.
I didn't invent that. I stole that from the chat.
Negative edge.
Yeah,
it's literally a negative, but negative edging to be specific.
Yeah, negative edging.
But in any case,
negative edging is not enough. Is that what we're gonna go for?
We'll figure it out.
We'll workshop it.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of those things that, like, okay, you'll save some celebrities from a horrible legacy, right? But would you want the rewrite in which all the recent
fuck it, let's rewrite it. Yeah,
all of them.
Someone got there first. Everybody, ever.
Robin Williams.
All. He hung himself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's depressing. Unless
Chester.
I don't know who that is.
Bennington. Lincoln Park.
Really?
Lincoln Park.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris Cornell.
Really? What's going on?
Did you miss all of this?
Yeah, I don't give a shit about celebrities.
Oh God. Well, they're really good musicians. All right. Anyway. I'm trying to I don't know what whatever. One that you would care about, where it's just like, would you want to hear?
You know who got off the hardest ever? Epstein. He didn't kill himself. He was jerking it.
It's gotta be really good.
It's gotta. Hey man, I'm bored in this jail cell. I need to jerk it hard.
It's better than illegal under 8.
No, don't do this. Don't even finish that sentence. You'll get into a database somewhere.
Something about
pizza? I don't know. Is that the thing now?
The tightness of that rope.
All right. You think the Chokejerk community has like a bunch of rope jokes, like, oh, pushing rope doesn't mean the same thing there?
Womp womp.
Do you think there is a Chokejerk community? There probably is. There's a forum somewhere.
Shoutouts forever to the Carradine family
for not saving him.
For the story in which ninjas who had been on his path,
you're right,
to destroy him for his entire life, after Kung Fu, finally got to him and did exactly what you described.
Yes. Hey.
They ended him in the most embarrassing way
possible,
as a revenge.
Yeah. I appreciate the attempt. It was a good attempt.
It was made. It's got to be incredible. It's just
all right. Hey, you want to get some news?
Mm-hmm.
Beebity boop 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 ba da ba ba news. Guy in Toronto's throwing poop at people.
Wait, hold on. Before that, next week I'm going to Toronto.
Oh, they caught him. Woolie, they caught him.
Next week I'm going to be in Toronto, courtesy of Red Bull, because they're doing Adrenaline. And I'm going to be heading out to Adrenaline, where, they got all kinds of esports going on.
Do you have your liquid feces protector?
No, but I do have Reggie. And he can
Are you implying that, like, you're going to see a man coming at you with a bucket and you're going to be like, hey, Reggie, look over there, and just put him in front of you?
Yo, everyone's got to pay their dues.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You get started in this LP game. You know. He said not 2 streams ago that he would take a bullet.
A bullet is not feces.
It's not.
Then again, considering that Reggie likes to play a bunch of Smash, he's probably used to it. Hey, oh, hey, hey.
A mortal blow is a mortal blow. Even if it's spiritual. So, I expect him to take a dive. Should there be any fecal matter in the air. This is how we do. But it's happening, and and I think there's also going to be the Mango birthday party happening as well.
The fuck is that?
Mango, the Smash player.
Really?
Yeah, is going to be having a big birthday bash going on that same event.
Will he bring an umbrella?
Well, I won't, but I'm going to be in Toronto next weekend. So if you're going to be around Adrenaline and you want to say what's up, come see me. We'll say hi. I'll be chilling. There's some games happening that are not fighting games, but I don't know. I'll find some other stuff.
I mean, LAN, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. But LAN ETS had some fighting games at it.
It'd be a good chance for you to brush up on your league.
More of a Dota guy.
Put that on his grave.
So there's some guy throwing poop.
Yeah, that's the whole story. There's a man been running around Toronto with a bucket of liquid hot diarrhea, throwing it on people in random attacks.
And he had multiple. He did it 3 times. Oh, wow.
5.
3 was the count lag.
A couple days ago.
Wow. Okay.
And they caught him.
So that's not, like, at first you're like, is this some kind of message? And then
No.
you're like, no.
Doing it for the lulz.
It's got to be, or it's up there with the Chokejerk.
Yeah.
It's like...
It's just his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Enjoys it. There was a guy that was getting arrested the other day, and then he didn't want to get pulled in for questioning, so he just reached in, grabbed the hot one, and smeared it on his face.
Okay.
At which point, he was able to delay being questioned.
Delaying, yes.
But at other people...
Only in Toronto.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What do you think? Like,
that's one for Montreal.
Firing squad?
See, you'd think of the firing squad of poop, but then he's probably ready.
No, he'd power up.
He'd power up. He'd get strong enough to break out.
You would buff him.
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
Yeah. Some people do crazy things when they're forced to live in Toronto, and we can't judge them too harshly.
But the 6th, though.
You know what's going to be really crazy? This guy's in for questioning, and he's in the jail awaiting whatever, and there's a 6th. And you're like, oh no, it's a copycat pooper.
And then we can call Toronto the 6 in reference to the 6 poopings.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 6th.
Yeah. For that and many other reasons that have become apparent, I'm getting more done with that city than I ever thought I could be. I'm getting extra done. I was already done.
Why were you done the first time?
I was done because of just Toronto. And
Yeah.
Torontonian, ways was not a great thing. But, like a bunch of shitty crimes happened to people that I care about in that city recently, where I'm super just triple double down done.
I have 2 friends. I have a friend of mine who's from that area, and he gets a little ornery when the Toronto, Montreal, and honestly Toronto, the rest of the country thing comes up. And I love him, but I can't help but tease. Everybody else I've ever met from the TO area It's like, oh, this fucking city, I can't. Oh, fucking.
Yeah.
God damn it.
No, like it's honestly like it's almost on a 3 to 4 month rotating schedule at this point, where someone I know is coming in to report the latest crime that has happened to them, and it's like,
In the TO,
get the fuck out of this garbage place.
the center of the nation. Oh, it's more important.
It's our most American city.
It sure is.
Anyway, sure, that's your breaking story. It wasn't the breaking story I was piecing together. But...
I just wanted to yell that out.
Yep.
Can you feel it? I'm feeling it.
I mean,
It feels good.
gotta break the turd before you break the story.
Damn.
Heated.
Yeah, it was hot.
That means it's either like
Fresh or heated.
reheated,
Yeah.
like beans.
Yeah. Cooking.
Man, don't want to think.
Time
about
went into this.
that. You don't want to think about it.
These were not unplanned random attacks.
Make sure you got your narwhal horn ready.
What's going on with that guy?
I don't know.
Why has he got a narwhal horn?
He's getting an award for it.
Yeah?
Yeah, because he's metal as fuck.
Yeah.
Because the closest weapon he could find to deal with someone swinging a knife around was a fucking narwhal horn.
It's
And
cool
he's
as shit.
like, yeah, that's a weapon,
Get a medal for you, sir.
right?
Yeah.
Like what game, like Last of Us, or no, I don't know what game we're
People don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
There was an event. I gotta use the bathroom. Cover it.
I don't know where it was.
UK.
UK? Okay, some fucking asshole fucking started going nuts and waving a knife around, try to cut people. And this beefy motherfucker was like, I ain't gonna take any of this shit. And he picked up a fucking narwhal horn. I don't know where the fuck he got the narwhal horn. I don't know why the fuck it was nearby. And he fucked that asshole with the knife up. And he gonna get a medal, apparently, according to Woolie. London Bridge? Having a London Bridge? Oh, that guy killed 2 people? Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's terrible. Well, he got fucked up by a narwhal horn. He's probably going to jail forever. Yeah, free metal. Just carry around fucking animal parts to fight off terrorist attacks. That'll work. It was from a local fishmonger. So a local fish man just happened to have a narwhal horn. Can that narwhal get an award? It's probably super fucking dead, right? Like the horns don't just come off. Why is Pat keeping his hand down his pants? I'm keeping my hand down my pants because I like to hold my penis while I do the podcast. It gives me a lot of sense of comfort. And you might be thinking, but Pat, your hand's on the right side of your pants and your penis is in the middle. That's because my penis is very large and square shaped. That's not my wallet. That's my wiener. I don't think Woolie's taking a piss. I think Woolie dumped me on the podcast to take a huge shit and heat it for later. And now I'm stuck here talking to you guys about my square penis. Well, this has been an interesting day, hasn't it? I hope he leaves this shit in. I really do. Oh, he came out the other door. That's weird. Hey, Woolie, welcome back. Conversation strayed a little bit.
What's
but we're back.
Okay.
Want to hit the news?
Yes. So, off the top, I have been instructed at gunpoint to let everybody know
Yeah.
that Titanfall 2 is on PS Plus this week.
Get it. It's a good game. Play it multiplayer. It's great. You have fun.
Of course, after we've pushed it many times and how cheap it was, everyone listening to this already bought the game. So this is preaching to the choir because everyone here within earshot of this already owns and has played Titanfall 2.
That's right.
Clearly, 100% of you have played this. So I don't even know why we have to let people know that it's free on PS Plus. But it is.
Tell your friend, your dumb friend that wouldn't listen to you. It's free now.
All of you have already played it. You listened the last time we said it was $4 and
Yeah.
you got it back when it was...
That was like 2 years ago.
Right? Back when it was the cost of a sandwich.
Yeah.
And then we were like, yeah, Apex, that's coming. But hey, you should get this. And then you all thankfully did go. You listened.
Yeah,
So there you go.
that game's really good.
You spent the $3.
It's a high quality video game.
$2 video game. Can't believe it's only $150.
Hey, can I take a second out of here to throw some shade at Dota for a second? I looked at Dota and there was a shoulder piece that cost $93.
Real money.
Real money.
That goes on one character.
Yep. You know why that is?
Why?
Because Dota items don't come from the store. They drop and then are sold on the Steam marketplace.
They drop in the game.
They drop in the game. And their prices are set by whoever the fuck has them.
So wait, League is the free game with the rotating characters.
League is the free game that has rotating characters, and you got to buy them.
And Dota's
for $2 to $3.
And
to
Dota
$10.
has the whole cast, but
Free.
no cosmetics.
But the cosmetics are fucking decide. The cost of the cosmetics is decided by whoever has the cosmetics.
Okay.
And wants to sell them to you.
Okay, so the other players are making money on the cosmetics.
Yeah,
not
well, Valve
them.
gets a cut.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking crazy. Or some little fucking dragon thing. It's bullshit.
Well, anyway, so that's the top story. You know, everyone buys a second copy of Titanfall 2. Like,
do it,
whatever.
you pussies.
No, they already have it.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
there's no
you
action
guys are cool.
to be taken.
You would never.
A couple other little weird stories. Nothing massive, but I don't even remember this. But do you remember hearing about an Atari crowdfunded console?
Oh, yes, I do.
The VCS?
Oh, I sure do.
What'd you hear about that?
I heard that it was a fucking scam. That they took a fucking... all they had ever made was the shell, and then they took a fucking photo of the shell with a goddamn capture card in it to try and pass it off as the real PCB. And when people who own that capture card went, that's a fucking capture card, the whole thing started to fall apart like a fucking deck of cards.
I mean, I'm looking at these production pictures here, and I do not, for the love of me, remember any of this at all. I don't even remember talking about it if we did. Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, well...
So like a fucking scam. It's a fucking scam.
Apparently, the console development process is nearing completion, and they're insisting that it will be ready for a release date of March 2020.
Don't believe it.
A new Q&A was published with the Atari VCS COO, who talked about what happened and says that it will be out next year.
I want to point out, I am wrong. This is a different scam.
Oh, so what are you talking about?
I don't remember now. I thought it was the Atari one.
The fuck is that?
How many of these fucking scams can there be?
Okay, well, this is a thing, and the guy's saying backers will definitely...
It was the Coleco Chameleon I was thinking
Coleco's a different...
Yeah, different scam.
Coleco's
from this scam.
All right, let's see here. Let's go back to the Kickstarter if we can.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Excuse me, it's an Indiegogo. Atari... Oh, that's maybe why I didn't hear about it. But Indiegogo page. When was this created?
There's so many scams now. You know what's not a scam? Are shirts on Rooster Teeth. Buy that. It's a good shirt. Feels comfy. Makes you attractive.
Oh, this was last year. This is 2018. So this is new. Okay. Well, the Atari VCS can yeah. Didn't even catch this, but so whatever. Next year, 2020, there's gonna be this thing. Maybe.
Is there?
I mean, that's what they're saying. They got $4 million for it. 8,000 backers. Wait, is that correct? Yeah. Okay, 4 million Canadian. 3.9. No.
4 million Canadian. That's a lot of money.
But as of writing, in this article, it says under 8,000 backers amassed a very impressive 2 million. So, I don't know. But anyway. Yeah, this is news to me. There's an Atari VCS console. Will it play what? Just like, is it just a fucking HDMI box? Is it another like, you know, another one of these classic devices?
I don't know. It's probably a piece of shit. I have no faith in shit anymore.
The name Atari was like already.
The name Atari is fucking dirt.
Yeah. Okay. It's up. I mean, anyone can grab it, or like, there's a weird like thing where like multiple people that are not Atari have tried to be Atari. So
Info games.
Infogrames, yeah.
Fucking scam.
Yep. That's the one I'll never forget because I got mad at that because that fucked with like the shit I liked. But yeah, the stupid Armadillo company. Yeah, it looks like it's just old games. Well, all right. Anyway, there's what?
I'm gonna assume there's a certain Twitter account that you have in the news this week. Did you not see it? Woolie, this is the most top story ever. Give me just one fucking second. Have you taken a look at the Stadia Works Twitter account today?
No.
Oh my god. Breaking fucking news, Woolie.
What's happening?
From fucking... Wait, where did it go? Did it go?
What?
Am I losing my mind?
Stadia Works. Here we go. One tweet in the last hour.
Am I going crazy?
What are we looking at?
What's
51 minutes ago, people telling me that if Stadia doesn't become successful within 2-3 years, they'll scrap it.
I got fooled. I'm
my
sorry.
God.
Stadia fan is a different account. That
Fuck out of here, bro.
Oh, I got fooled. Oh, no.
Fuck out of here.
I got fake news. Oh.
You coming in with all this urgency.
Oh, no. I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm sorry, everybody.
What a dumb.
Oh, I'm the biggest boomer.
So what was this?
Oh, it was an account that looked similar that was like Google stole my internet information. They're blackmailing me to talk good about the Stadia help. And I was like, but it was not real. Oh, boo. No, I'm sad.
Okay. Well, there you go. I was going to talk about the news that Kojima came out with. Or no. This is not from that. He's been talking about some other stuff with Death Stranding, including talks of a sequel.
Yeah, which is the most hilarious
depressing
ever.
Stuff.
Very depressing stuff about his mom. Yeah,
all kinds of stuff. But a rumor, not from him, came out about Silent Hills. Apparently, it's just a rumor, but it is sourced to... Where was it?
So what's the rumor, man? Tell me what the rumor is.
Sorry, okay. Yeah, apparently the game... Apparently PT was going to send you real-life emails and text messages in some sort of ARG type way.
Fuck that!
Even when you're not playing the game. Apparently, it was
fuck that!
Going to involve your
that is a terrible idea
in the game, even when you weren't actively playing. Some people want
that. Has got to be a fucking violation of some kind of law.
Only if you sign up for it.
Fuck that.
You can opt in. If you opt in, then you opt in. Hey, do you want to sign up for our games members service?
No.
Well, guess how many games had that? Every Telltale game, every Square Enix game for a
TOSs
while.
are not legally binding.
They're not, but you can ask someone for their email, and if they type it in, then
I'm not going to do it.
So, yeah.
Get out of here, genius Kojumbo.
Someone else might hear that news and go, that sounds rad. Use my RP account. I don't use that anymore.
No.
Well, anyway.
I don't like it. Pat no likey.
Well, it's interesting to me because that's the type of thing that I don't want to participate in. But, like, ARGs can be fun if well planned. / if there's a point to them. And if their point is not just fucking nothing. But just having a game send you spam emails would be like, no, that would suck, right? I like the stuff where it's like, yo, there's a website here, and it's like a website for this company that is a company in the game, and then you gotta go fucking digging through it and finding some crazy shit on it. Like, those things were fun.
God, what was that ARG game that was like a murder mystery that you'd have to search the internet, and it was ruined immediately by you'd search for the terms, and then the walkthroughs for the game would come up instead.
These?
Maybe.
There's a bunch. And then there's the stuff that Adult Swim was doing, where there was no game to sell, but it was just Adult Swim being Adult Swim.
Yeah.
and they made all those fucking super creepy websites and
Secret World. That was the game. And Majestic, yeah.
Yeah. So and I remember there was one that involved going to, like, you give them the city you're in, and then it involved like going to like the right payphone and answering.
That's Isle of Bees. That was the ARG for Halo.
Yeah. Okay. Right. There you go. I remember that.
Remember when ARGs were a thing that every company wanted to do?
Can't everyone can't do it because everyone can't do it well.
It needs to be laughably difficult.
And also worth it. The reward needs to be really good.
Yeah, I think that field has been kind of salted forever because there were too many that the rewards just weren't worth it. So now people aren't as willing to jump in.
Like, the reward for the first person to solve it should be a copy of the game.
Yeah, as early as
it gets. Yeah. That's the reward, you know? Like, you really got to do it, like, worth it for people's time like that. Anyway, real life emails and text messages is an option I would have said no to, but I don't think.
I don't know. Maybe Kojima send you a dick pic. Yeah, it's got a little leather jacket.
Might have a little, and it just says "I'm okay."
Yeah.
Really cool project being worked on here by I think, Pixel Prospector is the name. 3D Sen is a NES emulator that converts games into 2.5D.
What?
And it only works with some games right now.
Like layers? It uses the layers?
It's super cool. So it basically...
Let me see this shit.
Yeah. So here's a clip of it doing it to Rescue Rangers, right? And it seems like the way this works is like almost like basically like... I imagine it would be something like if you were to take each sprite...
Oh, yeah. It's using the layers.
And just convert them into like a proper object to display over top of the actual gameplay.
That's fucking nuts.
It's incredible, right? Really, really cool. And I remember when we saw similar things with like, other like, remember back when they showed you like the new bad TMNT remake of Turtles in Time?
Yeah.
Had like the old version of the game running over it, like something similar to that. But yeah, there's a VR version of this as well. And like right now, what does it support? I think it shows that it supports like a couple of really popular games, but not all of them. They're working on it slowly. But fucking impressive. Chip and Dale, DuckTales, Batman, Castlevania.
Oh, Batman, dude, that's sick.
Mario 1 to 3. 1 plus 3, rather. Mega Man, Zelda, Micro Mages is the current list. But
that shit's hot.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Like, here's a video of Mario 3. Like, it takes. Oh wait, no, that's not just Mario 3. That's a bunch of other games. Okay, well, it's gonna take like, and if you're playing with VR, you can actually see the like stage.
That's fucking nuts.
Like first person.
That's crazy.
There's a fucking Flappy Bird.
I want to see inside Mario's asshole.
Yeah, you can get pretty close. Look at that.
That's crazy.
You're almost right in there. So 3D Sen is what this is called. Check it out. Really cool project. I'd love to see this eventually maybe
do Shovel Knight
grow to support the extended library, or if not like all the biggest. Because how cool would it be to just be like, yo, boot up whatever.
Yeah.
And then
see that bullshit.
See it go. Shatterhand, yeah. Totally.
What else we got? I feel like this week has been really slow for us.
It has been pretty quiet, ultimately. We got the fact that there's apparently 2 mystery games that are going to be playable at Jump Fiesta 2020 by Capcom. So right now, rumors, we don't know what's up, but there's 2 unannounced games that are going to be playable in December 21st to 22nd, so that's coming up in a little bit. Some people are
Street Fighter.
Some people are rumoring maybe RE3 remake.
What?
There's been talk about the dormant
crazy.
IPs and hey, remember there's the Deep Down interview the other day and all that shit. I maintain I maintain that we are going to see that possibly that IP licensed realistic fighter that might have something to do with a certain product or certain like manga or whatever. What was it? Like there was a post, wasn't there?
Yeah.
About like that possibly being fucking, like tied to yeah. So like that, I'm thinking we're gonna get that. There was an Event Hubs post about this like fighting game that's gonna be more realistic that Capcom's been working on, and it said it was gonna be yeah, coming sometime soon. So we haven't heard anything of
There's
them.
always the possibility it's something we have no idea.
Yeah.
It could be not the worst kept secret ever, being RE3.
Could be.
It could be.
But I hope it's that story that we read about all that time ago.
Well, there's 2, right? You said there's 2 unannounced Capcom titles?
Yeah, 2.
So it could be RE3 and realistic fighting game.
Mm-hmm. We'll find out in about 3 weeks.
Dragon's Dogma 2 would be really good.
Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah. More dragons.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope Itsuno-san's working on Dragon's Dogma, man. He loves that game. I love that game. I love Itsuno-san. Itsuno-san loves me.
He's a talented... Nope. That last one.
Itsuno-san loves me.
No, that last one's not true.
He made DMC5 for me. When he was on that stage, he was looking right at me. I saw it.
He made it for all of us.
Nope, just me.
If he made it for you, then he would have made Dante easier.
No. He believes in me. He did too much, though. He has too much faith in me.
Hey, you know what's cool? The FF7 box is going to be reversible.
Fucking sick.
Love it.
Who buys boxes?
No one.
Great.
But if you do, I like when they're reversible, like God of War.
God of War's... I wouldn't even know. Well, why am I even asking?
Old God of War box had a inverted art on it.
Sure.
And I'm a fan of that. And yeah, in this case, you're going to get the Cloud staring up at the reactor.
Good.
On the main cover. And then the invert is just all black.
With the logo, like FF9.
Yep.
That's good.
But instead of all white box, it's all black.
Ooh.
So that's cool. Then we have Shovel Knight Showdown. It's gonna drop, and fun cool thing they're doing with this game, which is like, yeah, you guys thought about this. Good on you, Yacht Club. You could unlock all content temporarily. Unlock all content, all characters, all stages, everything. If you were to, I don't know, want to play the game just to see if you want to spend more time unlocking this, get a feel for what's in it,
right.
Get a feel for the characters, or maybe if you're running a tournament and you just wanted to hurry up, or maybe if you were just showing off what it was like in some sort of video or stream, it would be really cool.
How do you do that?
You just go to the main menu and you press up, left, up, right, down, left, and then you get all the temporary characters and the content right away. Or you can do a permanent one too.
Yeah.
But you could also just play it and unlock things the normal way.
Wow, that's crazy.
So full-on cheat codes in Shovel Knight Showdown. Smart.
Thanks,
fun,
Shovel Knight.
And thank you for helping the tournament and streamer and Let's Player and content-curious community. It's a good...
Yacht Club. Shovel Knight is great.
It's a good idea for the video games.
You made a good Shovel Knight.
King of Cards also coming out.
Oh, man. I wonder... Okay.
I love this headline. It's a very good headline. Every once in a while, headlines are really, really well crafted. Battleborn's concurrent players will drop from 15 to 0 in 2021.
I'm going to guess that's Destructoid.
Yep.
Destructoid has sassy titles.
Yep. The only natural conclusion, it says. Yep. So it's going to be offline. It's going offline in January 2021.
I want to give them... I will actually give Gearbox support for even bothering to not just kill it right now.
To just keep it up for another year.
It's kind of impressive.
Well, it's letting everyone know you have one more year of Battleborn left.
That feels like, you know what? Fuck it. That feels like a deal they made with a server company or some shit.
It feels like an announcement to tell everybody, hey, get in there now.
Yeah, and do what?
Join this.
There aren't enough people playing to have matches.
But maybe an announcement like this.
Well, no.
The urgency of, like, you will lose out on this moment in history.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Saitama.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. And last, we've got the rumor that apparently the Sonic the Hedgehog redesign cost $5 million.
Wait, 5? Not 25?
Apparently it cost 5.
That's it?
There was another user on there's a Twitter that account that came out and said it cost 35, but that was deleted and it went viral, but there's no proof based on what that random tweet was. But apparently a source close to production contacting IndieWire said that it was around 5 million.
I want to point out there was a lot of people talking back when they thought it was 25 or 35 million. That's like, this is what it cost. We got to put our butts in the seats to show them our voice. Shut up. Shut up. You know what cost them that money? Not listening to the people on the project going, this thing looks like a fucking mutant. Don't make it like this. Make it like this instead. That's what cost them that money.
I just think that anybody that it goes so deep into down the hole that they're like, oh yeah, the bad model was intentional, is out of their minds.
There was merch made for that bad model.
That's insane. Like,
It was already falling out, though.
Pat kicked the plug. He unplugged the mixer.
Why is the plug at my feet? I have tiny legs.
Not tiny enough.
You don't know that.
Well, anyway, sorry about that.
I just got an explosion of text messages.
Jesus.
That's not going to pull it back. You got to get this thing away from my feet.
Just kick it.
That's what started this.
Okay, the other direction.
It was already half out. That's only half my fault.
Oh my god.
It's mostly your fault, actually. Hey, if you want to send an email, you send that in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Hey.
I don't even know where the thought cut off, but
That's fine.
emails. Got one coming in from... Oh, wait, before I forget, everybody...
Oh, no. Get out of here, emails.
Check out the really cool Talking Netcode by Hold Back to Block with Keats. So Esteban over at Hold Back to Block had a really good video going into talking about netcode and how it works from people who actually fucking used it and understand GGPO. And it's a video that if you want to understand more about how netcode and fighting games in general work and how GGPO works and all that stuff like negative latency and all that stuff that Stadia was talking about and the things that people don't understand, which that little episode caused a lot of people to be like, it was very clear there was a lot of people that were like, okay, we know that GGPO is good and rollback is good, but like we don't understand exactly how it works because like anyway, if you want to get a bit more educated on it, check it out. It's good. It'll help you. But the LOL Stadia thing, where it's just like, well, it's the same. Don't laugh at the tech, you know. Don't laugh at the tech out of misunderstanding, because that is functional tech, but their ability to use it has been very, very clearly poorly implemented. So, yeah.
Hey, Wolves.
Yeah.
Did you check out Ludwig's Twitter 13 hours ago?
I did.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it till just now.
Why do you think it came up?
Oh, yeah, I was wondering. Oh, there's your retweet. You didn't retweet it.
Oh. I'll get to that.
Why didn't you do that?
I'll get to it.
Okay.
I'll do that right after this.
You did good music, Ludwig. You did a good job.
I was wondering why'd you stop and start making a weird face?
Because I just showed up. Somebody replied to me because I'm in it. Hey, emails.
We got one coming in from Nick. Nick says, boop-a-doop-a-doop.
You didn't say that.
Nick says, Dear Castle Lads, has there ever been an element of a game, show, or movie, setting or background that is only mentioned or explored briefly, but winds up criminally underutilized, but it's significantly more interesting than aspects of the main plot?
I mean, you just mentioned the real world outside of Naruto, which is fucking upsetting.
So, because it's like there's a world of cities and people, and amongst those people are the police force that's kind of like the samurai, but the ninjas are in the hidden villages because they do the hidden ops. And then the super secret hidden Anbu are the hiddenest. But no, case in point, I'm getting back into Destiny 2 right now. And all the lore stories about the Black Garden are insanely cool Eldritch horror stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Whole place existing as a form of perverted life where their ideas liberally germinate inside living things and people's minds get infected with mind viruses. But whenever players go there, we shoot some robots and admire the scenery.
Totally.
Admittedly, it's cool that the protagonists of Destiny are sufficiently powerful that they're pretty blasé about killing robots inside tumors of the fabric of reality, but it's really interesting info on the side content. With the main story mostly being focused on killing the mini-boss squad who shot your funny robot pal, it's kind of frustrating to have ideas like that remain largely unexplored, even though it does leave room for future content to expand on those ideas.
Almost every cool planet and all the coolest locations in Mass Effect are places you can't go.
Mm-hmm.
It's infuriating.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mass Effect Codex.
I want to go to the Elcor homeworld.
Mm-hmm. See all the cracks.
Yeah. What's it like down there?
Yeah.
I want to see the Asari homeworld. Oh, wait, it's on fire because of the war. I don't give a shit. Yeah. I want to go hang out.
But what if it's not as cool as your brain? Yeah. Mirror's Edge Catalyst. I'm going to pull one that you didn't think was going to come back, but it did. Mirror's Edge Catalyst, other side, behind you, next to the left of the arcade cabinet. There you go.
There it is.
Has a lore dump, hidden files that you pick up as collectibles that describe
a much more interesting game.
They describe the setting,
and
make sense of the world and the city and the shard in a way that goes into like really interesting backstories about how things like the reason why the city's colors are the way they are is because like the sort of the 6 Megacorp Viacom rules everything type world that they live in.
Yeah.
The colors are the colors of these corporations, and the different areas of the city are dedicated to these individual places, and like none of them are red, right? The red is what the runners use, but all these areas are color coded based on the corporations that those areas belong to, and then it goes into like the gray lands and the outside of the city life, and there's a whole post-apocalyptic setting that is like, oh, that's interesting. That's some fun stuff that never comes up anywhere.
There is
until you 100% this game.
There's one interview in Death Stranding that's infuriating because it describes like, you know, when the void out started to happen and society started to fall apart, and then communication networks went down, and that's how we lost contact with all the other countries.
Yeah.
And it's like, it is so fucking infuriating that you're looking at the American map within North America and you're like, some of those points are really close to Canada or Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Not one person from anywhere
wandered in that direction.
anywhere ever,
and then came back.
And also radio doesn't exist anymore. Like it's actually really, really bothersome.
Cup and string.
You mean stick and string?
Stick.
Yeah.
No, cup and string. Like my treehouse to your
Oh,
treehouse.
I thought you were talking about the rope and the stick.
No.
Oh.
I don't know what that is.
It was the opening thing in Death Stranding.
No.
How humans made a stick and then a rope.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the cup and string. I'm going to talk to you over there.
Okay.
When nothing else works.
That doesn't work.
Very poorly. It does.
Yeah.
It does.
No.
It works very poorly.
You lie.
It's literally a science experiment kids can do.
I don't believe you. I don't believe kids.
Yeah, I'm going to say Mirror's Edge Catalyst, and I'm going to say, to some degree, the MGS5 audio tapes, but the audio tapes also justified their existence in-world by doing things that you can only do on audio tapes.
Like having them eat the chemical burger?
Like everything to do with Paz.
Yeah.
And everything to do with the vocal cord parasites.
I don't know, man. It's all about that chemical burger. That's the best part of that game.
It's got to be audio. But yeah, it sucks. But what are you going to do? Would you rather that stuff not be there at all, or would you rather it...
I'd rather MGS5 not be there at all.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, would you rather like when the game is like fucking... You imagine you finish playing just, I don't know, anything like simple 8-bit, and then you just get a fucking book to read about what you just went through.
It's...
In the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
It's really infuriating when you're talking to somebody and they mention something and you're like, yeah, this stuff you're not allowed to see is really cool. It's like, fuck off.
Show don't tell, right?
There's one time that happened that like everyone's like, fuck, go back.
Mm-hmm.
Which in Fallout 3, the best quest in Fallout 3 is called The Replicated Man, and it's about an android from the Institute. A synth from the Institute, and they talk about up north in the Institute, and then Fallout 4 takes place in that region, and it's about synths and it's about the Institute, and you're like, fuck this is bad, it's bad, this sucks, I want less information now. I want to go back to what I thought was before.
Yeah, I always feel as if there's moments where like the writer goes, what do you mean you don't have time to make this scene?
Yeah.
God, fuck. Okay.
Just put it in
here's some file dumps.
Just put it in the lusty Argonian made text file.
And it's like, is there nothing? We can't. Can I get a cutscene?
Nope.
Can I get a guy sitting in a chair telling you what happened?
Maybe, but he won't have voice acting.
Fuck. All right. Well, that or nothing then. Here's my Excel sheet. Here's my Word doc.
Yeah.
Paste it. Rick says, Dear Castle Holiday Beasts, I was at one of those appliance stores in the States. They were selling a refrigerator that for some reason is covered in posters for Star Wars. The Venn diagram of people who can afford this expensive fridge and who are also influenced by Daisy Ridley's emotionless stare are two separate circles. We couldn't sell this thing during Black Friday, and I'm blaming the Star Wars posters. What is the most inexplicable cross-promotion you've ever seen? Something that makes you wonder, who the heck is this even for? Happy holidays.
That fucking... Oh, he's gonna go get something. Oh, yeah, I saw it in the bathroom! Yeah, I saw this in the bathroom. It's a good one. I'm gonna go say, Oh, what's that creepy Chinese sex drug that has Ryu on it?
Stree Overlord.
Yeah, Stree Overlord.
Are you ready to Overlord? With Stree Overlord. Don't take Stree Overlord.
It'll kill you.
You will die.
Yeah, it's bad.
It'll kill you.
It's poison.
That boner will make you die. This right here is the Schick Hydro 5 razor featuring blades that can be replaced and Mikasa jumping and ready to cut
the hair off your face.
Because Attack on Titan
has blades.
Get it?
You're the Titan.
What the fuck? This is one step away, but still nowhere near as confusing as Gendo.
Yeah, Gendo. Gendo Ikari's shaving kit.
So there we go. I got it right here.
Well, you won that round. Don't take Street Overlord.
If you see Street Overlord,
turn around and walk away.
Take all of them and throw them in the garbage.
Toilet's good too.
Tell the person running the store that they're going to kill people. Call the cops. Hey, Super Beasts. It's Jair here.
Hey, man.
As a new release of a game in a series, encourage you to play through the predecessors only for the newest one to disappoint you. Around the time I was in high school, my history professor interested me in Bioshock a few months before Infinite, fell in love with 1 and 2 and the feeling, but Infinite offered none of the gameplay experiences I expected, and a smaller disappointment happened with Assassin's Creed 3 as well. Experiencing Brotherhood so close to 3 and realizing the streamlining of features, a weak protagonist, and lackluster environments to parkour around left me wanting more.
Man, those are 2 good fucking picks right off the bat.
Yep. Though, I'd say again, Bioshock has always all 3 of those games have some flaws, but I can't think of a series where I was out and then jumped in hard before the new one. I did that for movies, I think.
Yeah, movies is easier.
But with games, it's pretty tricky.
Yeah, I'm usually...
And if I did do it, like for Persona, for example, or like Dangan, I didn't regret it, right? So for both Danganronpa and Persona, I enjoyed those, so not sure.
I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think I've ever gone through the old games to get ready for the new one. I either played them or I didn't, and then if I didn't, I skip them.
Yeah. Like, I'm probably never going to play Dishonored.
That's fine.
That's a franchise I'm I don't know anything about, and it's just like, yeah, that's just where it is. That's where we're at, you know. There's got to be something out there, but
I know a game you did it.
What?
Danganronpa.
Why?
You totally beelined those first 2 games so you could do the...
But I said Danganronpa.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
It came out of my mouth like 15 seconds ago. Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just the nature of that game to be forgotten.
1 and 2 are really good. The fuck?
I started 1 and I hated it so much right away.
Yeah, it's not your thing at all. It's definitely not for you. But they're very good.
Now I look like a jerk.
Hey, Beast Formers, Woolie Prime, and Mega Pat. I was looking through my Twitter today, and I saw Pat asking if Arkham Knight was still broken on PC, and it got me thinking. If you saw a PC version of a game you wanted to play was broken, why the hell not just play it on console? Just give in. Sometimes PC gaming can be a hassle. Older games have trouble running on newer ones, need more power than a PC might have. Also, some new releases are just flat out broken, like Knight. Food for thought. Was just looking for an opinion on this. You really kicked the Hornet's Nest last week with the subreddit and the Star Wars talk. Well, funny you were going to mention that, because that's a perfect example where KOTOR, as I've been told, is the example of like, well, if you're going to go play it, you get literally more story content by playing it on the PC version.
And not like a little, like 20% of the game.
I'm absolutely somebody who would be like, man, this hassle is not worth it. Let's just get a console version going here. And I've done that for many LPs.
Yeah.
However, in the case of missing story shit, fuck that. I'm going to play the version that has it.
Honestly, usually I am that case, except Arkham Knight was like $4 on PC because of a sale. That's why I was asking. Yeah.
Also, nowadays for me, it's like I usually would just play the version that I happen to own. But if someone has like a thing where they go like, no, dude, don't do that one. This one's better for that reason. Or if they put out something worth it, then yeah.
I'll also say that the PC version, when it got re-released, KOTOR 2, they added controller support into the PC version.
So that's the other bit, is how do you play the game, right? So if I'm playing Darkest Dungeon, like with a mouse is way better than using a Switch stick, you know? So depends on the game. If it's ultimately the same experience with the controls and everything else, then yeah, you know, you don't have to fumble around. But I tend to I know you lean PC, I tend to lean console. You know. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, let's take one last one here.
Good. I have time for one more, and then I have to run out of this room and leave you to record the thing by yourself.
Hey, Willie and Pat, Ray from Florida here. My lineage runs back to Colonel Custer, so dying on hills for stupid reasons is my bloodline technique.
All right, that's a good
What hill
start.
do you die on? It's not a contrarian opinion, but a deeply held conviction that you cannot be talked out of and you will advocate for. For me, it's that Silent Hill 2 is bad and it killed the franchise. I know I'm destined to die alone on this hill, but I will not retreat.
That hill doesn't even make any sense because it wasn't a franchise until the second game. That literally makes no sense at all. That's a terrible hill to die on. Jesus Christ. All right, I got a new hill to die on. Kojima makes way better trailers than he makes games.
That's interesting.
And you know I've had that for a while. I remember saying that back at MGS2 coming out.
That's pretty interesting. Those trailers are fucking great.
They're incredible.
All of them.
Yeah.
Every single one is very, very, very good. You're not alone. That's a debate.
Yeah, it's not an unpopular opinion. No, I've heard it from others.
But it's not hard to fight to agree with because his trailers are excellent. You know, like the bar is very high for his trailers. I don't think he's ever made a bad one.
I can't think of one.
Whereas there's like stuff with games that you go, why would you do that?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not that hill. That's it's a speed bump.
All right.
You're dying on a speed bump.
It's tough for me because I die on a lot of stupid hills all the time. I think I once said that when you're short like me, even the smallest slope is a giant mountain to die on.
Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, here's an unpopular.
Here's one. Despite overall not being good, there are elements of Other M that could be salvaged.
This is just a variation of unpopular opinion, but
I guess.
Which is always terrible because, and I was making fun of that earlier today when I said unpopular opinion, pee pee poo poo butt fart piss.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, unpopular opinion, I really think this is the best flavor of Starbucks. They're always like fucking single degree off-brand mainstream opinions that people want to be like championed for. Like, that's crazy that you like that flavor of ice cream the best. That's so zany. Like, fuck off. How about really unpopular opinions? Like, it's okay to shit talk the dead. They're dead. They don't care.
I put it this way. To me, it's a list of priorities. It's okay to shit talk the evil goes above. It's okay to shit talk.
Yeah, all right.
That's all. It's as simple as that. Explain or your position is invalidated. Like there's some cool stuff in the combat that Ninja Theory could have like, you know, put into
that game sucks. You're so wrong.
Okay.
That game's so bad.
Well, at least it's a hill, isn't it?
It's quite the hill.
At least it's a hill. A lot of it's bad.
I think you could just piss people off really good by
it's
just
mostly
saying
bad.
X is overrated, and then people get all fucking
Blank
crazy.
is overrated as always, because that's a reflection of the intangible amount of of rating that people feel about something.
Because it's like whatever you feel about it, you think too highly of it when you say like X is overrated.
Someone says I like Subhuman.
Wow,
that's a hill.
That's a hill.
Subhuman,
go die on it, please.
Subhuman never got good, right? V's theme got good.
Yeah, it did.
It got good.
I agree.
Subhuman never got good.
All right, I literally got to get out of here. I got to run now.
Everybody tune into our stuff.
Yeah, our stuff's good. You should watch it.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.